Councillor Skinner. Big agenda. We'll get underway, and I'm going to ask Matthew Penge to begin with a karakia, please.
Whakatata te hao, ki te uru. Whakatata te hao, ki te taonga. Kai matakina ki uta. Kai mataratara ki tai. I hai aka ana te atakura, hi tio, hi huka, hi hao hu, te hei Māori ora.
Thank you, Councillor Benge. Big agenda today. A Christmas wish to everybody, and just as my opening comments, can I acknowledge the effort that has gone in both by councillors and by staff in what's been quite a challenging period since the local elections through to this, our final council meeting. I especially want to acknowledge Chief Executive Pat Doherty. I'm not going to add up the number of times that you have sat in the seat as the Chief Executive of this council, or sitting over there in Alex's seat as the engineer, but it is a significant day for Pat after giving the best years as a senior official. I am going to ask Pat right at the conclusion of the meeting to share some words of wisdom with us in acknowledgement of today being a very significant one for him. I know you had a great staff farewell yesterday, and we're looking forward to a more formal farewell. But at our council meeting, I thought it would be appropriate for us to conclude with some parting comments from him. We come to apologies. I've received an apology for lateness from Councillor Pakipaki. Is someone prepared to move the acceptance of that? Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Seconded, Councillor Rollo. All those in favour, please say aye. Is confirmation of the order of business. There are no changes to that as read, so that is confirmed. Is any councillor or other person required to declare an interest with respect to any items on today's agenda? Councillor Sanson.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks, Mr. Through the Mayor. So there's an item about the Events Fund, and in it names Commotion Youth Music Collab. So my partner and my sister organise that. They do it voluntarily, and they haven't received any funds from council, but just for transparency.
Appropriate to declare the interest, and we'll ensure that that is noted. I don't see it as an extensive conflict. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Nick. I also organised an event which is funded by the NRDA Regional Events Fund. That would be the Antique Classic Boat Show, which happens at Lake Rotorua next year on the 4th and 5th of March, just by the way. I don't know whether it's a conflict or not.
Always the opportunity to get a plug-in for your passionate event.
It's one of the best days out.
Always a trier. Noted appropriately. Are there any other interests that people wish to note with today's events? Today's agenda. That being the case, we will move to the public forum and invite Stephen Gray and Jaquita Bell to present a public forum as friends of Maitai. Jaquita, you're most welcome to come up and join Stephen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just waiting for the slideshow to appear. Oh, there we go. Great. Friends of the Maitai is a community group which has formed twice since the 1970s, when the river has been under threat. The recent iteration formed in 2014 when toxic algae blooms first closed swimming holes. We are driven by data and concrete action, which include monthly monitoring for the past 8 years in both the Maitai and the Brook, planting on council land along the Maitai River and Groom Creek, developing the Fish Game, an educational resource for children, which is currently in the library and at schools, holding sessions for school groups on river health, and a quarterly newsletter, which goes to over 350 households. We've been in partnership with the council especially during the project Mai Tai Mahi Tai, and are in regular communication with council staff. We have been very happy with the recent council efforts to improve river health, such as removing significant fish barriers, restoring the wetlands at Groom Creek, improving riparian planting along the main riverbanks, assisting small landowners in converting to native or species other than pine, and funding research into the issues of E. coli and cyanobacteria in the river. We'd like to kind of first start with the facts of forestry up the Mai Tai catchment. It's over 9,000 hectares, the entire catchment, and 26% of that catchment is planted in pine. 75% of the pine forestry is owned by Ngāti Kawara and managed by Tasman Pine Limited. Tasman Pine Limited is owned by Sumitomo, the Japanese forestry company that owns Nelson Pine Industries, our local MDF and LVL plant as well. The first major harvest in the Mai Tai catchment took place from 1998 to 2005. At that time, logging trucks driving through town saw residents advocating for relief, and the first community effort was to manage that intrusion. And there was a voluntary agreement reached with logging truck drivers. At that time, the long-term complications with pine plantations were raised, but despite this, the replanting of the entire catchment took place. As a result, the future of the catchment was set for another 25 to 30 years. A 2016 NIWA study commissioned by council found that over 65% of the sediment in the Mai Tai comes from pine forestry. And this was more than a decade after the main harvest. Right now, we are a few years from a new harvest, so sediment in the river should be at its lowest, and toxic algae should not be an issue. That picture, by the way, was just taken last year. But in fact, cyanobacteria and other algae have proliferated. The highest risk of soil erosion is 5 to 7 years after harvest, when older tree roots no longer hold the soil and new ones haven't grown enough to do the job. When hundreds of hectares are clear felled, the catchment just can't absorb the soil that is eroded, especially during significant rain events. Friends of the Mai Tai believe it's time for a new model of forestry in the Mai Tai catchment. We suggest more rigorous resource consents that require smaller, clear-cut areas, riparian planting of all gullies and smaller order streams, more varied species on different rotations, and mandated targets for fine sediment. These changes will lead to fewer large areas being clear-cut at any one time, which will in turn lead to less erosion and less sediment in the river. With less erosion and sediment in the river, the Mai Tai catchment would align itself with the best forestry practice near urban areas in Europe, Japan, and North America. Restoration efforts such as riparian planting and fish barrier removal will not achieve the goal alone. It won't achieve the goal of a clear, cool Mai Tai river with high amenity value and good biodiversity unless forestry is addressed. The twofold challenge for council as a unitary authority is to, one, effectively regulate the environment of the river, and two, to demonstrate its own forestry asset as a model for others. The council must decide how it will better protect the river from erosion. Continuous turbidity monitoring to better understand where sediment is coming from will be a key part. Further monitoring of resource consent sediment control measures and contingencies for when problems are identified. For instance, what will the council halt harvesting if turbidity's levels spike? We realize improvements come at a cost, and Tasman Pine and Ngāti Kawara understand these problems, and they are willing to do some things to reduce the amount of sediment from their activities. But the council needs to push them to do more, and the council needs to expand its compliance team. Council forestry could be a model. If council planted the pine plantations in the 1980s, It's only ever nominally made a profit and has never produced the green gold its advocates touted. Also, any profit does not include the cost of remediating the negative impacts of soil erosion or monitoring river health. Friends of the Maitai applauds the last council's decision to retire 20% of its forestry, that mainly on erosion-prone slopes. And the next step is to move from a monocropping paradigm to a more sustainable, multiple species, continuous canopy model. This would make council forestry not only more profitable, but a model of sustainability. If our goal is to restore the river, we can't keep doing exactly the same things. Council's current efforts are only addressing part of the problem. We need to stop planting large plantation-style crops on steep hills. We need to tighten resource consents for forestry. We need to improve river monitoring, and we need to expand council's capabilities to oversee forestry company activities. I want to thank you all for your attention and for allowing us to speak today. We would like to invite you all to join us during our monthly monitoring sessions in the river on the first Friday of the month, or our plant care sessions up at Groom Creek every other Friday afternoon. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Any questions for this morning's forum? Councillor Stallard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. I do wonder if you'd be happy to provide us with that presentation for reference. Given the great efforts over time of your group and NCC, Ngāti Karata and others to improve the river water quality, and you have been monitoring, so what are the trends in terms, are we seeing improvements?
Unfortunately not. I mean, of course, now we're dramatically impacted by the August flood event, which has created more havoc than, in a short term than over the long term. But the problem is that you just have all of this sediment coming into the river. A lot of it does flush out into the bay, which creates another problem for us. And one of the reasons I think we don't have scallops anymore. But the problem is that the invertebrate population isn't increasing, and it probably has declined significantly as this flood event. And we're just not catching enough of the dirt before it reaches the river. That's a big problem. And even though we've improved riparian planting, it just hasn't been enough.
Thank you. Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Kia ora, Stephen and Chiquita. Thanks for that. Always really interesting. It was 3 years ago today, pretty much, that I remember you gave a presentation like this to the new council, and I would say it was life-changing for me. I was really, I think, embarrassingly oblivious to the impacts of land management on the health of the river. So thank you for that. Given that Friends of the Maitai have been actively involved in this work, for more than 40 years, and there seems to be a number of other recreational and conservation groups also concerned about the impact of council's own land management on the health of our waterways. Do you think it's time that we actually put a question out to the community to see if council still has a social licence to do clearfell forestry in our public reserves? I mean, is that a step too far?
Well, it's always difficult. Personally, as a democracy advocate and expert in my previous life, it's always I'm always uncomfortable with the referendum model of democracy. I think elected members are elected to serve and to figure out knotty issues like this. When the pine forestry was first planted, it seemed like a great idea. And unfortunately, now 40 years later, we realize it wasn't a great idea. And some of us understood that earlier than others, but now we're, I think, to this point where we've all gotten here. But we've never had that conversation about, okay, now we know this is a problem. What are we going to do about it? And there's always this tension as a unitary council, at least I feel this, and I don't know if others of you have seen this around the country. But you're on the one hand producing, you're trying to regulate the environment, and then but you also now got a vested interest in this industry that you're supposed to regulate. And that seems like an inherent problem. However, Friends of the Mai Tai believes that the council can be as a beacon, a model for the way forward. Actually, the way the council's forestry asset is organized, it's organized in relatively small compartments, ranging in size from 0.9 of a hectare to 5.5 hectares. They're relatively small compartments. So these are areas which could be planted in fast-growing exotics, not as fast as pine, but say hardwoods that are on a 40-year cycle or something, and that could be continuously cropped, so that you're not, decimating a big area in one time, but you're kind of selectively logging and getting the best logs out at the time. And I think that's where council has an opportunity to show the way forward. Thank you.
Thanks for both your answers and for your presentations this morning. Food for thought for council. I am looking to establish a task force to have a review in this area, and there has been some work done on the question of the forestry. And that's something in the new year that the council will be giving attention to. So thank you again for your presentation. The next item on the agenda is the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meetings. Do any councillors have any concerns with the minutes that have been circulated for the full council meeting on the 10th of November, the meeting on 24th of November? And if not, is someone prepared to move their adoption? Move their adoption by Councillor Sanson, seconded by Councillor Skinner. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. The next item on the agenda is the Mayor's report, and it's my intention to take it as one item and to discuss all 6 resolutions, partly because we've just got such a long agenda today. The opening comments that I would make is firstly in respect of the flood and landslide recovery program, and my recommendation in my Mayor's report that council take the unusual step of contributing $50,000 to the Mayoral Relief Fund. Can I acknowledge the work of Councillor Brand and also Councillor Anderson in supporting the work of the Mayoral Relief Fund? If I was to summarise the dilemma that you have with these emergency funds, is that the clear intent of the previous council, and I do acknowledge the work of the previous mayor on it, is that you want to get the funds out to people as quickly as possible when they're under distress. But the challenge is that you don't know the total number of applicants and you don't know the total amount of donations that are coming out. With the fires that occurred in the Mayoral Relief Fund, it was one of those events where the full level of damage was known relatively quickly, the insurance was relatively straightforward, and so they were able to close off applications for the Mayoral Relief Fund and then consider them all on merit. This has been more challenging. It is true that I, with Mayor King, wrote to the government and asked for a further $100,000 to try and get assistance from that point. I'm actually not critical of the government that they declined that. They did provide an extra $90,000 for the specific issues associated with State Highway 6. And were council to accept my recommendation, I would note that of the total funds provided in the Mayoral Relief Fund of $789,000, 50% will have been provided by government, 44% would be provided by private donations, and the council would be providing just 6%. I did raise with Mayor King whether they would generously contribute some ratepayer funding to help us out of the last moment dilemma. His view was also fair enough in that over 95% of the applications were from Nelson people, And all of the $50,000 that I'm proposing in my mayor's report would be for Nelson residents. If council approves this funding, it will enable the Mayoral Relief Fund team to be able to ensure there is some support for all of those applicants. My inclination is it will be slightly less than the $50,000 on the preliminary assessment and the meeting that the Mayoral Relief Fund had yesterday. I'm happy to consider debate on the item. My view, this is about Nelsonians helping other Nelsonians that have tough times. The grants that are being made through the Mayoral Relief Fund are a fraction of the losses that these people have suffered and for which they are either not getting insurance or EQC support. The second substantive item in my mayoral report is with respect to a change in the members' reimbursement and expenses policy. I'm actually incredibly proud that Nelson has a higher level of uptake of electric vehicles than any other part of New Zealand. The numbers are that in Nelson more broadly, we have a ratio of 1 to 66 vehicles on our roads being electric, where the average for the country is 1 in 90. My view is that with the single largest source of carbon dioxide emissions being transport and climate change being such a significant issue, we need to be doing our bit. This is a small but signalling policy. The intention is for it to come into effect on the 1st of April next year. Look, I'm an old convert to electric car technology, having bought New Zealand's very first fully electric car 11 years ago. I'm still in trouble with my wife for spending so much money on it. I appreciate that some councillors may not have access to one, and that is why the policy also provides if councillors are doing council business, they will be able to access one of the pool cars. And so the justification, it would be a first for New Zealand, but it would, in my view, be a small step to say we're not going to spend ratepayer money on funding petrol or diesel cars when people have a reasonable alternative. The further item in my mayor's report is the appointment of Gail Collingwood to continue to lead and be our Sister Cities coordinator. I think Gail has given extraordinary service to this council, has a real passion for those sister city relationships, and also provides continuity. The last item in my mayor's report is a little bit disappointing. In my view, one of the biggest reforms before Parliament is the massive changes from the Resource Management Act to the Natural and Built Environment Bill and the Spatial Planning Bill. It would have been my preference for our submission as a council to come back to the full council, but with submissions closing off at the 3rd of January, that is not practical. The intention is that it goes through the task force and that I be given the authority to sign it off, with all members being welcome to participate in that task force. I do note that these two bills are huge and that the staff team has got a lot of work into putting together a quality submission. It is a pragmatic response in my mayor's report to the very tight timetable for the council to being able to submit. I put my mayor's report forward, move resolutions 1 to 6, seek a seconder, and then we'll open it for discussion. I thank you, Councillor Sanson, for your seconding, and now open the mayor's report for discussion. I'm sorry, Councillor Sanson, was I clear that you were happy to second? Yes, thank you. And I'll now give the floor to Councillor Sanson and then come to Councillor Courtney.
Thank you very much, through the Mayor. So my question really is just in terms of the last item. I absolutely share your concerns about the very short time frame on this. Personally, I would really love the opportunity to see the draft submission, like just to have it circulated via email to elected members and have the opportunity to comment. I understand that those comments may not be incorporated, but I'm just wondering if we could maybe note that it will be circulated to all elected members.
The intended process is for Dennis Bush King's team to prepare a draft submission, for that to be circulated to all councillors prior to the Local Government Reform Task Force meeting in late January, and then for all councillors to be able to join in that task force meeting for those to be taken on board.
Okay, yeah, that's great. I'm comfortable with that. Thanks.
It's not the ideal process. It's the best we can do in the circumstances. Sorry, I had Councillor Courtney next. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a specific? Can I just deal with the specific question on the Natural and Built Environment Bill? A comment from our environmental manager in the question that's been raised by Councillor Sanson.
No, I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, and sorry, I didn't tell you beforehand, but the Select Committee have given councillors another week, so the closing date is now the 5th of February.
Very, 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 very generous. An additional week. That still predates our first council meeting for the year and does not change the process, but will give staff a bit more time. Frankly, this is a bigger hospital pass for council staff than it is for councillors, because it is a massive job getting your head around a bill of this scale. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you for your report. I would like to talk particularly about the vehicle mileage allowance and your concerns and everyone's concerns, as a matter of fact, about carbon and the need to reduce it. But I really do need to know, in the interest of fairness, did you discuss this proposal that's in this report of yours with any councillors prior to making the decision?
I haven't made a decision. I've brought a recommendation. So no, in my view, it is a relatively minor change, and that is why I brought it forward. The remuneration policies do need to be set early in the term. I did note during the local election campaign that this was a change that I wanted to bring forward, but councillors that are opposed are perfectly entitled to express a different view and to oppose if they wish.
I just need to take the opportunity to, in the interest of fairness, to sort of just say woo, and not to be labelled, against reducing carbon, because no one in their right mind would be otherwise, quite frankly. If you are aware of the consequences, but I just feel that perhaps insufficient time has been allowed for this to be bedded down. New councillors that have joined council in October this year would have come in with a certain expectation, and now within 3 or the time the 1st of April comes around, it'll be 6 months till it's introduced. If they want to get any assistance with and get a vehicle mileage allowance, they will have to buy an EV or a hybrid vehicle. Now, that is a cost, and I would like some further thought to be given to that in the interest of fairness for new councillors, and I think, for that matter, existing councillors, quite frankly, before we go and introduce it today.
Other comments? Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a clarifying question. Is it correct in my understanding from reading your report that, as I don't have an electric car, but if I wanted to, for example, go to TDC for a meeting, or if I had to go somewhere, Golden Bay for a meeting, or Christchurch maybe for the LGNZ conference, that I could actually apply, or I could use one of the council pool cars that is electric, so that I would have the option of using an electric car. Is that correct?
That is correct. The previous mayor's a fully electric car that was funded by council. I have chosen not to take that car. Partly I've got an emotional attachment to my little Merv, in New Zealand's oldest electric car. It's also quite easy to park and gets me in less trouble. And so that previous mayor's car has been added to the pool, and under this policy would be available to any member of council. That is a change of policy, because I've tried to take onto account the fact that councillors may not be able to afford an electric car, and so effectively are wanting to share the previous mayor's car with all councillors for council business.
Thanks.
Can I just say one thing? So staff are using that card too, so you would need to book it. So don't ring up on the morning and say, can I have the electric car? As soon as you know you need to go somewhere, please contact the governance advisors and they'll book it for you.
The intention is to help manage those through the mayor and councillor's office to coordinate that. Floor to Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just want to give a practical example of what happened last term when we did book a council car to go to the local government NZ conference. Was it last year, the year before, Blenheim? And due to a series of unfortunate events, we weren't able to actually take the council car over, and we ended up having to take our own vehicles. Now, we had booked it, we had done the training, we had signed off all the policies, we've been approved to go through it. But due to the nature of what happened at the time, it just meant that we weren't able to carpool or use the council vehicle that had been booked. And I just want people to be aware that that may come up and can arise. So if you do not have an electric vehicle or a hybrid, as indicated by Councillor Courtney, and you do have that extraordinary circumstance where you're not able to use a council vehicle, you are taking your own vehicle at your own cost, but you could claim back currently until this gets passed.
I would note that right next door to us, Bowater Motors has just introduced an electric car pool policy, and the reserve that my office will be there for organising in the event that all the pool cars are booked is that we do have the option. We do have the option of using a pool car as is noted in the recommendation.
Just to be clear, it wasn't, we had booked the council vehicle and it was available, just due to circumstances we weren't able to access that vehicle to use.
Okay.
And just to be clear.
Is there any other questions or comments with respect to the Mayor's report? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I'm just wondering if you have the wording we discussed just around the training, travel and accommodation changes in reference to the pre-election period. The only hiccup I detected there is that in your election year, your LGNZ conference will almost always sit in that pre-election period, and as the policy currently sits, it would mean that any council representation to the LGNZ conference would have to be out of pocket for those members in the election year.
I think the Deputy Mayor has identified an issue there does require correction. Can you just refer to the page number? And myself and the Deputy Mayor had discussed
page 52.
And the issue that he rightly raises is that in respect of claims, it is appropriate that there are limits in the 3 months prior to a general election. But as the Deputy Mayor rightly points out, in the event that there often is a LGNZ conference, my view is that there should be a specific note on that. And so if you thought, if we go to the policy, what bullet point number would we need to amend?
9.2. And we did have some wording.
Yeah. So the amendment that we should add would be, councillors familiar with the item that the Deputy Mayor has raised and where it is. It's with respect to item number 9.2. It provides that a member may be used through the amount of funding up until the pre-election period. And I think we want to do a exclusion that is excluding any LGNZ formal conference that occurs in a pre-election period. So as the mover of the resolution before us, I would like to accept Rohan's suggestion. As a seconder, happy with the amendment to ensure that that extra refinement to policy 9.2 is made clear, and that is you're not allowed to get reimbursement for expenses with the exception of any LGNZ event. Happy to take. Sorry.
or just events. Just noting, I'm also unaware of when the final rural and provincial or regional sector
I just think
meetings
word
would be as well.
events. If it's officially been organised by LGNZ, I don't think there is any concern that I have, and I don't want councillors being out of pocket as a consequence of representing the Nelson City Council at any of those. And Rohan has shown his experience in picking up that slight difficulty with the policy. Happy to take discussion now on any of the items 1 to 6. Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I would just like, I'm speaking in support of your report and the recommendations, and I would just like to, I guess, acknowledge you and applaud you for the first policy, I guess, from local government in regards to elected members' reimbursement of travel expenses and removing the fossil fuels from that. I mean, that's, I think, pretty amazing. So well done. I wasn't aware that it was a New Zealand first. So yeah, congratulations. I feel.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. Any further comments on the 6 items in the Mayor's report? It's then my intention to put the 6 items. Those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. Thank you. That is carried. And we come to Brook Waimaramang Sanctuary Trust Annual Report. And I invite Rue Collins and Rosie before Council.
Kia ora katoa. Good morning, everybody. I would like to introduce Rue Collins, who is the CE of the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary Trust. We have a really strong relationship with the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary. We have an operational contract with them, and part of that operational contract is that they report back through to council about their previous year's operations through their annual report, which is what Rue is here to do today. So I will pass on to Rue just to talk you through what they've done in the past year and show you that, and then we'd both be happy to take any questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Moreno, good morning, Your Worship, councillors and officers. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I've just got a quick presentation which just dwells on the annual report to the 30th of June, and then we touch in on giving you an update of where we're up to at this time of the year, being December. The annual report is concentrated on 2 things. One, more of an explanation about the volunteer effort that goes into the sanctuary. And we were glad to report that the volunteer effort put in something like 21,000 hours last year to 30 June. And we thought putting up snippets of information to that date would be helpful to you. The other couple of points to highlight there is the visitors to the sanctuary. You see the figures of 12,809 are down a little bit on the previous year. I think that's defendable compared to the 2 years of trouble that we've probably all gone through caused by COVID. So we're reasonably pleased with that position with visitor numbers. And going forward, these a real thrust not only on restoring the ecosystem, but really trying to lift our visitor experience and to get more people to visit the sanctuary. The other point I wanted to make that's not highlighted in that infographic is the fact that we made a operational surplus to 30 June. So that's slightly different from a cash surplus, and the fact that we were able to cover depreciation, which seems to be growing each year with the reflects the asset value that we're putting into the operation. So that was the 2 main things about the annual report, was trying to explain more about the volunteer effort and the fact that we're able to achieve a true operational surplus. So we're pretty pleased with the state of things to 30 June. And I think if there's nothing else, I'll just move straight on. So since June, our plans haven't changed for species introductions. You can see there's a reminder of the first 3 that has started in 21, and glad to report that the Poelephanta seem to be quite safely tucked up in a hidden valley in the top of the sanctuary. We're to receive more Kakariki karaka from January from a slightly different genetical pool, which will help with kaitiakitanga and strengthening the population. So we're really pleased that we're aiming to get a 6th translocation of Kakariki. And with Tieke, we haven't seen Tieke for a little while, and we've just had a reliable volunteer last week, absolutely adamant that he's seen one. So we continue surveying the sanctuary for bird calls, and we're using acoustic surveys, particularly to track the Tieke. So the translocation program's running along pretty well. The 3 species that we've got in our targets include tuatara, kaka, and kiwi, particularly the little spotted kiwi or pukapuku. And we're progressing with discussions with iwi particularly, and with DOC to try and secure those species in the next short term. The interesting one with tuatara, if we are able to bring them in, is that we'll create a mouse-free enclosure within the sanctuary, and that'll allow us then to compare the effects of mice in the sanctuary in this small controlled area versus the rest of the sanctuary. And it will open up the possibility of other species that are predated by mice in the future. The next slide is about projects and support, and we do thank you for your assistance on the left. These several areas, including the annual grant that you give us, where you're actively involved with the sanctuary. And as Rosie pointed out, we've got a strong relationship with council, be it that you're our regulator, our landowner, and our funder. So we have a lot to do with council, and it's very important to us that we get on and do it well. The projects are on the right, gives you some idea about the activities that are underway in the sanctuary. And I'd like to report that the visitor centre enhancement is getting very close to being completed. We're hoping that we'll have it open for the public by the 20th of this month, so just in time for the busy season. And it should look stunning. So I hope you all can come and enjoy it sometime after the 20th of December. The other point I'd like to make is that we're just about to embark on creating an ecological plan for the sanctuary, and council will be helping us promulgate that in the coming months into 2023, and we think that's a great opportunity again to work together. I'd like to also point out the enhancing of our education offering, and we're working pretty hard on engaging with schools and basically adopting a technique that Zealandia has pioneered, where we go to schools, they come to us, we go back to schools, and we're really trying quite hard to engage with more Tasman regional schools along with the Nelson city schools. And we've had a really good uplift in school tours since the pressures of COVID have come off that education sector, which has been quite bruising for them. And it's great to see many more tours and more kids and interest groups come up to the sanctuary all the time. So that's that slide to you. I thought we put this one up because the emphasis, like I've mentioned, is still on restoring an ecosystem, but we're also applying a lot more focus toward visitor experience. And this is a infographic that we produced for our trustees and staff in these three areas I'd just like to highlight. The first one is the top left corner and gives you an idea of the increase in supporter numbers over the last 3 years, where we probably started at quite a low base, and we've been able to steadily build it to very close to 1,500 supporters as of today. The second one is the student numbers, and you can see that up flick in this year in the top right corner, where we've steadily build the engagement with schools in particular. And we expect that graph just to keep climbing. And the third one is in the visitor numbers, which is July to November in the bottom left corner. And the effect that we're really looking for is in the November and December columns, where you can see a gradual but steady rise, parabolic. That's the sort of effect that we want to see month on month, year on year. It's the sort of growth that represents getting more people interested, getting more people to come and visit the sanctuary. The months that look a bit lumpy to you will be influenced by COVID or being closed down. And also the spikes represent when we have open days, which we've committed to having 2 a year. Okay, and with our second to last slide, I'd just like to highlight just 3 things at the moment. The first one, top of mind, is this enhancement to the visitor centre. And for those of you that have been up previous to November, you can probably imagine what it used to look like. And I could, I'd like to report that this will look a lot better when it's been fitted out over this week and into early next week. We've made every effort to try and retain the qualities of the existing building, but it was interesting that originally the visitor centre was built as a shelter, and we've gone and made it weather tight and lined it, and now it's the building. Yeah, it's going to look pretty good. The other two features is continuing to offer more visitor experiences through expanding our track network, and we're working on pushing a track that'll allow people to walk from the top to the bottom. And once that's done, the next big project is to try and create a jewel in our crown, which would be something like a 6 to 8 hour day walk across the sanctuary. That'll obviously that'll take a little time to form, but that's the sort of thing we want to do. And then just we were a bit interrupted with our works program in August when the storm came through, and essentially we've had quite a lot of cleanup for 3 months. The true fundamentals of the sanctuary weren't affected, but it took a long time to really understand the true nature of the effects of the storm. And for us, that's been quite sapping in terms of time. So we just about got that cleaned up too. So that's the end of my presentation there, Mayor. And if there's any questions, I'll have a go at trying to answer them.
Thank you very much for your presentation on your annual report. From my perspective, I think it is an incredible achievement to have been able to successfully introduce into the Nelson Sanctuary taiki, as well as the Paraphanta snails and the kakariki. I cannot express strongly enough my excitement at the prospect of introducing an iconic bird like little spotted kiwi that, by my understanding, has not been in Nelson for more than 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that in this day and age, people wish to experience our native species in a wild natural environment and not in a cage. And I think collectively this council should be doing everything it can for you to be able to take that next huge step associated with little spotted kiwi, the kaka, and also with respect to our tuatara. There's been a massive both financial investment by council and by government, as well as the community, and that would be the icing on the cake if in the longer term we can achieve. I welcome questions from colleagues, and the first one is from Councillor Courtney, and then I'll come to Councillor Minch.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. And I just concur with the Mayor's comments through. Excellent, positive, good news presentation. Thank you so much for the work you're doing down up there. Lifting visitor numbers is paramount, isn't it?
Yeah.
In tandem with that goes opening hours. Have you got a clear indication that you can share with the community about the opening hours of the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary going forward?
Yeah, sure. So for 9 months of the year, we remain open for about 3 days of the week, and we try and stay open for all the school holidays. And then for the remaining 3 months, beginning from the 20th of December, we'll open for 6 days a week, but we always close on Mondays just to give our team a chance to catch up on some things. And we're experimenting with possible night hours, Mel, and we'll continue with guided tours on an on-demand basis. And for instance, we'll continue with our glowworm tours in the winter months. So that's the general plan. But we'll sort of respond to demand about the hours that we're open. But we will be looking at, say, 9 to 5, 9 to 6 for those 6 days through late December, January, February into March. And then we're using our open days to try and widen our shoulder, widen our busy months. So that's why we're doing the open days in late October, early November, and again in April to try and just try and get more out of that period, really. So that's the general push.
Councillor Bench.
Thank you. I love what you're doing there. I enjoyed the tour we had there the other day. It's fantastic. I just wanted to ask you about the saddleback. You say you're not sure whether you've got any or not. Well, you may have, but if you haven't, do you know why? Does it mean they've taken off and gone somewhere else, or is there something that's grabbed them while they're hopping around the ground?
So two responses there. The group of birds, the wattle birds, and particularly Tieki, are notoriously hard to not just translocate, but to establish. And there's been quite a number of failures trying to re-establish populations in other parts of the country. The second reason is that a lot of that has to do with habitat, and we're sure that we have the right habitat, but these birds can disperse, and we know that once they fly over the fence that they're really heading into some dangerous territory. And we really like reporting on what we're sure of, and it's just that they've been quiet for some months, so that's why I use the word unsure. But yeah, we'll just keep looking, and we keep pushing. So in the introductions game, sometimes you have to accept some failure or threat of failure, and you prepare for the next translocation. So we'll keep pushing on Tieki.
You think possibly they've flown away?
Yes, there was undoubtedly some would have dispersed over the fence. Just how many, we're not sure.
Okay.
One of the if we did it again, if we get a chance to do it again, one of the things we would do is put transmitters on the birds. It's a pretty simple, practical thing to do. And we didn't do that in the first translocation.
Councillor Roller.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Roo, thank you very much. I'll say it every time I see you. I'm a big fan of what you guys are doing. So thank you. And I really like how you're adapting and moving forward. I note there you talked about the storm cleanup and the workload that's putting. Is that affecting your current volunteer hours that you're having? And is it also affecting your operations and work budgets that you're working with at the moment?
Good question. Yes, it does put pressure on the budgets because it's all extraordinary expense. We have got most of the costs covered with the appeal that we asked in September and with insurance. But it does take a lot more time. We could have spent more time on the sanctuary rather than on the storm cleanup because we're using the same resources, which is that big pool of volunteers and contractors that would otherwise help in other aspects of the sanctuary.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Sanson.
Thank you through the mayor. Just two really brief questions. Thanks very much, Roo. Great presentation. I'm just curious, do you collaborate with NRDA on visitor offerings? Just I know that they're doing a zero carbon itinerary, and I wondered if you're part of it.
Yeah, so on several points, we're working with NRDA around the visitor destination plan. Fiona and Tracy help us as an option for incoming conferences and events.
Great.
And we're also looking at, because we're carbon zero, is to be part of the, this whole tourism angle on that angle. And we are preparing for the cruise industry as it increases. There's something like 7 ships due into this city this year, and that'll keep building. And that's some area that we need to be part of. And just to sort of reiterate that, since the pressure of COVID has come off, 13% of our visitors are internationals. So that's starting to build. Yeah.
Thanks.
So we've got a good relationship with NRDA.
Thanks. And just finally, next question was, obviously, aside from incursions through the fence, what would be your biggest kind of challenges or threats, in terms of the Brook Sanctuary and the halo that's developing around it, particularly if we're thinking about things like new, I guess, taonga species introduction, tiaki and that kind of thing?
Okay, thanks for that. So, we're quite conscious of not just grazing animals, which are your typical usual suspects like pigs, goats, possums. We're also quite conscious of pests like wasps and cats and other sort of introduced pests that will attack our native species. We're quite not concerned, but we're aware of the pressure of the pests that are outside of the fence and the lands outside of the fence. And in time, for the halo effect, which is more or less dropping a pebble into an ocean, into a puddle, and seeing the ripple effect go out, which is where our populations will react like as they grow in the sanctuary, they'll spill out into the outer lands or neighbouring lands. We do need to look at the control measures of all pests in those areas. Does it help to answer that? Okay.
Thank you. Welcome, Councillor Pakipaki. We'll just take a last question from Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, through the mayor. Quick question. Just with that recovery work after the weather event, and was wanting to get the DOC to work in the DOC for the release of those new species back into that. Because DOC have a short cycle window when they have the animals available, and you've got to be on that list to get into that breeding program. Has any of that delayed or caused issues with the opportunity to get the spotted kiwi or the tuatara or anything into the brook?
So you're talking about whether the storm cleanup has interrupted the species program?
Yeah.
No, not really. The main interruptions, or the time that sort of gets absorbed in introductions, are often discussions and agreements that are reached between iwi, and we're talking about sending iwi and receiving iwi and DOC. We've built our kaka release aviary, so we're ready to accept that species. And with kiwi and tuatara, we're sort of pretty early days, so it'd be unfair to say that the storm stalled anything. Yeah, don't need any more storms though going ahead. Yeah.
Can I also congratulate you, and consistent with Councillor Brandt's question, on the appointment of the former Director General of Conservation, Lou Sanson, as your patron. He'll be important in those relationships as you negotiate with DOC and iwi the potential introduction of those 3 new species that are so iconically important. Would maybe Councillor Benge, would you be prepared to move the adoption of the Brook Sanctuaries report? And Campbell Rollo to second. There not being any further discussion, thank Roo for his work. Best wishes to you and your team for Christmas. and look forward to working with you in 23. And thank you to Rosie for the report and information. I'll now put the resolution, which is for the receives the report on the Brook Sanctuary and those attachments. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Thank you again. Consistent with my practice, we'll have a brief 5-minute break. I mean 5. And when we return, we'll be on to the Economic Development Agency.
Okay, thank you.
their annual report. Can I welcome Pip and Fiona before the committee? We've got all the papers and you've had a good year, and look forward to your presentation.
Kia ora, and thank you. I was anticipating that our chair, Meg Matthews, and our board member, Dave Johnson, would be joining by Teams, if that's...
She is, and we can see her on the screen, and I should have acknowledged her. Hi, Meg, and hi from Council, and thank you too for joining us.
So I'll pass to Meg.
Kia ora koutou, ko Meg Matthews toka ingoa. Thank you for having us. Online, we've got Dave Johnston, who's one of our directors, and obviously in the room you have Fiona Wilson, our chief executive, and Tracy Nielsen, our visitor sector manager. Look, I know we've got a tight short agenda item today, so we would like to extend an opportunity to work with councillors next year to get a better in-depth understanding of what NRDA does to support economic development across the region. We will take the annual report as read today, and it was great to see many of the councillors at our AGM in September. Look, I guess mindful from us that FY22, financial year 22, was another challenging year for all of the businesses that we support, and actually for NRDA as well. So COVID pressures, workforce pressures, all contributed to the financial year. But I am going to pass it over to Fiona, who's in the room, to take you through it. Thanks, Fiona.
Thank you, Megan. I'm pleased to also introduce Tracy Nielsen to my left, who's our manager of the visitor sector area of activity, as we are a combined economic development agency and regional tourism organisation. Thank you. Having taken the annual report as read, if I may move to a reflection on the past 5 months, if that's acceptable. So thank you. So as Meg said, I mean, continuing last year's mixed and challenging year, this last 5 months have continued to do so. I think at the beginning of the year, we thought we were into a recovery again, and with further lockdowns, and then of course with the August floods, it's been an incredibly challenging time for business again. So with the continuation of challenges such as freight and supply, workforce challenges, inflation pressures, and then with the floods, the lack of access, the lack of visitors, slips and road closures. So it's been a very challenging time, and a focus has continued to need to be advocacy and support for businesses. Straight away in response to the flood, we reenacted the multi-group team as an economic PO, which worked very, very well. So we've got a model there that works well in response. Sorry. I'm going backwards, I'll just go forwards, take us forwards. Bear with me, I'm just trying to. Can you manually move it? Yes, please, thank you. And if I go forward, thank you very much. I'll just cover 3 areas briefly, as we do have limited time, but I wanted to touch on the 3 areas of strategy, investment in skills, business investment, and the visitor sector. So in this core area, it covers strategy, and Council did endorse in the last few months the 10-year regeneration plan, which sets the framework. Delivering against that strongly is both the destination management plan, but also the investment focused briefing for ministers, which sets out the agreed key priorities for investment for the region. We sent that far and wide to every relevant MP and minister and government head, and used it as a talking point in meetings, and we resent it and revisited it after the floods to ensure its relevance. That sets the context, and the key is implementation against that, of course. In August, we greeted the Tasmanian delegation, which was a great coup for this region that worked really, really collaboratively with very strong and positive response from businesses in our region, involving just about 30 businesses from Tasmania and about 122 people here. We've hosted a range of of investment interests and connected them to companies. And in terms of going forward for next year in this area, we'll be producing an investment profile and updating that briefing for ministers. I would mention particularly the blue economy and the Moana Nui developing blue economy cluster. This is a strong field of opportunity for this region, which I look forward to discussing further with you. And we hope to have good news on an application to government in the new year on that. That is working with the businesses across the region involved with the blue economy to look at leverage and investment and growth opportunities. We do hold a strong regional economic information and database, which is always there, and I encourage you or encourage your constituents to use that. But it's not just for policy and strategy, it's also for businesses directly. So couple that with other assets such as our image library, and businesses can use it directly for their talent attraction and their own profiling. We are a member of the Regional Skills Leadership Group and involved with the workforce plan delivery. And I would also mention in there the Education to Employment Initiative, which works directly with linking schools and industry.
Excuse me a moment, Fiona. I'm struggling to hear you a little. It's a little bit of the air conditioning machine. If you could just bring the microphone a little bit closer to you.
How far back should I go?
You'll make sure that we hear what you.
Did you capture? I won't repeat. Is that, or should I repeat? No. Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you for stopping me. That's much better. Right. So I was talking about the Education to Employment initiatives. It is funded by central government. It is frustratingly short-term in its funding, but long-term in its focus, and it's directly linking schools and industry and very active. We do also have a quarterly business survey. So if there are topical issues, and I work closely with the council team on this, we put those to businesses every quarter. We have a panel of 370, but keen to keep growing that, and that's a partnership with the Chamber and supported by NBS. Focuses in the last period has been on the flood response and also on innovation needs. If I could move slide 4, please. I'll highlight particularly in this area of business investment and innovation, the Regional Business Partners Programme, which new councillors may not be familiar with. This is a really core part of our delivery. It is a central government funded programme. We deliver, led by Mark Maguire, for the whole of Te Tauihu, and generally engage and support about 400 businesses every year through that programme. So year to date, as on there, it's supported over 300,000 of R&D funding into the region. It's been a really mixed time for business and mixed between sectors and within sectors, but there's no waning of demand for support and advice in the R&D and innovation area, and crossing right over sectors from horticulture, technology, engineering, right across all bases, and ranging from existing exporting businesses to startups. So that there's just more demand than that team can keep up with that. A much smaller programme, which we're also managing at the moment through government, but under the RBP team, is the Digital Facilitation Scheme. So we're partnering with 8 organisations around the country, around the region, including Main Street organisations and the Chamber, to deliver those capability building programmes to business. If I could move forward a slide, please. And in the visitor sector regeneration, which is the area which Tracy leads, look, Tracy will be grateful for the detailed questions, but I will just highlight advocacy and support has been particularly important for this team. And it's been great to see, whilst there are difficulties for businesses, and particularly in the accommodation and hospitality area, particularly with workforce shortages, it was really heartening in our recent networking event, which several of you attended, and thank you, to hear over 15 new initiatives and products coming on the market and coming online. So there is activity happening, and another collaboration. So in today's media, or tomorrow's media, should be a collaboration, for example, is the Better Bus Initiative. That's a direct outcome of the Destination Management Plan focus, and it's Able Tasman tourism operators working together to take a bus directly from Nelson through to the Able Tasman. On one day, instead of 9 buses, they only needed 1 bus taking it in. So it's also addressing, it makes business sense as well in terms of workforce. Building up the Zero Carbon Initiative, that keeps growing and is a real profile initiative for this region. And great last week to get the launch of the Marahau Pledge. So this is region-wide. International visitors are returning, but it's about a 3-year return period for those. Look, to really reinvigorate and boost the tourism sector. There's not one silver bullet for this. You know, we need to look at capability building, at product development and promotion and marketing, and all three of those as a mix. And we do run a strong mix of campaigns and promotions. Some of the, in the last 5 months, campaigns such as Play Nelson you might have seen, or Still Beautiful on a smaller scale following the floods, very much locally focused, support local focus, and keeping business going local. I have mentioned on there the Nelson iSite, and that's just to reassure councillors that following the closure of the iSite in July, while we look at a new business model for visitor information going forward, there are provisions in place right now in terms of directing businesses and visitors and supporting them. I would particularly like to thank the Nelson Youth Hospital YHA, Royce, who's managing the bookings for transport and activities, and the Motueka iSite, who's been assisting with accommodation bookings. And so I'll probably leave it there as to allow room for questions. And I'm sure I've missed lots out, but I do look forward to time with councillors to workshop through things. Thank you.
Thanks, Fiona. Did Meg or Dave, who have joined us by net, wish to add any comments to your introduction of the annual report, Fiona?
Look, I think, thank you, Mayor. I think Fiona's touched very briefly, and there is so much work that is done by the NRDA that it would be great to have a workshop with our board and with councillors just to go into a bit more depth. But I guess this is time for questions, Nick, on the annual report.
Chris Gold, open up to council questions just from the chair's point of view. I am particularly impressed by how successful the RDA has been in acquiring government grants to support your work. And the second thing is, can I thank you for taking on very short notice the Skills Expo initiative. I'm really worried about the skills shortage in the hospitality sector particularly, and seeing such facilities as Morrison's and Harbour Lights both closed. I'm quite worried about Nelson's positioning as a foodie centre, which is part of what supports our tourism and visitor industry. Questions or comments from councillors, starting with Councillor Sansom.
Thank you very much, through the Mayor. Kia ora, Fiona, Tracy, and online Meg and David. Thanks so much for this. I was interested in the investment, I guess, paper that you put together, which, you know, to brief ministers. I'm not sure if it's something that we've seen before, but I'm wondering when that's developed. Is it possible for elected members to see it? It would be really helpful. Absolutely. It has been previously, when it was first produced, provided out, but I'll reissue it because, of course, so many councillors are new, so we can send that straight out. Thank you. Thanks. And then just a really quick follow-up question was, in terms of kind of investment priorities for the region, do you work with other, I guess, you know, council organisations or entities in the region? I'm just thinking, the other day I saw that Hawke's Bay has received a lot of funding for their museum permanent, you know, their permanent collection, and it seemed really similar to what our museum is proposing to do. And I just wondered whether NRDA kind of works with some of those kinds of organisations to really look at where investment might be needed in kind of social infrastructure, or, you know. We do the process for developing the current briefing for ministers, and we'll certainly follow that and expand it in updating it in the new year, was quite extensive. So if it started off actually with conversations between Nelson, Tasman and Marlborough in terms of what were the wider regional priorities. We then talked across council in terms of what were other priorities. So we have also included in there noting where there are investments in that other infrastructure, in the investment as a place. So some of the projects are listed seeking government investment. Some are highlighting where there are projects that are happening and are priority projects to also reflect a region that's investing in itself. So we absolutely reach across, and also not just for that profile, but also when we're reacting to funds that come out, such as the current Tourism Innovation Fund, we reach out to say what are the potential projects, and obviously working with Pip and Nikki closely on that. Thank you.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you again for your excellent presentation, Fiona. Fiona, your goal is ambitious. It's to lift the economic potential of Nelson and Tasman, but I think a workshop is absolutely essential for us to understand a whole lot more, me included in that, about your business and how you operate. I'm, and always have been, thinking that it's the whole region that we're working at, that you should be fostering and every opportunity and finding every opportunity to foster an equal or fair share policy between TDC and NCC. And by that I mean that, you know, it's well balanced because we all benefit as a region. Is your mind focused on that at all, or the board's mind focused on that sort of approach? I know you have individual contracts with council, this council and the TDC, but
Thank you. So it's definitely for a workshop and longer conversation. But just in a nutshell, we're a controlled company of Nelson City Council, and support from TDC comes through Nelson City Council, and we work wholly regionally. In particular, any central government funding is whole of region, so we absolutely have to work as a whole of the region. There is different levels of support and funding between the two, but that's probably definitely a focus for a separate session. But we need to think and we need to work regionally because we don't have the critical mass to work individually to be regional in our focus. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Certainly my view is, as part of the strategic push of strengthening the relationship between Nelson and Tasman, my preference would be for our Economic Development Agency to be a 50-50, including funding and governance. Can I also welcome the suggestion? I'm really worried for Nelson in terms of our economy in 2023, and I think the suggestion from both councillors and from the agency of a workshop next year as to how strategically we position the longer term, it would be invaluable to not have it on the timetable for early in 23. And look forward to engaging with Fiona and Meg about how we timetable that. And I might try and butter up the Mayor of Tasman and see whether we can get them engaged in that discussion as well. Any further questions? Councillor Stella.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you for that presentation. You'll be aware that Council recently secured $36 million from central government towards the Bridge Street Linear Park infrastructure upgrade and so on to allow people to live in the central city. And that's part of the Te Ara Whakatū plan, I believe. So that's opportunities, but also risks and complexities to do with retailing and how we roll out that work. To what degree do you see NRDA engaging with that process or playing any kind of role, given that the relationships between council and contractors and the retailers and so on will be very important?
So we are involved with the discussions about the CBD. I think that we absolutely should be involved in that. It's a core part of our economic well-being of the region. I would welcome more involvement in that. And in terms of retailers, they're part of the business mix. We also work closely with Uniquely Nelson in terms of particular marketing issues for the CBD. But in terms of strategically, yes, that mix and how that develops is key, and we're really keen to be involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you. There be no further questions. Is there a councillor that's prepared to move the resolution, which is the receipt of the report, its approval, and noting about the letter of expectations? Appropriately moved by Councillor Courtney, seconded by Councillor Brand. Any further discussion? No, there is not. I put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can I wish Meg, Fiona and your team all the very best for Christmas. The year that you've just reported on has not been the easiest with all the COVID restrictions, particularly the area of events, and stress how much we're looking forward to working with you in 2023.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you.
We now come to the item on the agenda with the Housing Task Force. I'm sorry, no, the report item on development contributions, and ask Lisa to join us. Of also being general manager of Ngāti Kuia, and also welcome you to this item, and to Dennis Bush King, and welcome comments and introduction of the recommendations with respect to the waiver of development contributions.
Kia ora koutou. Council received an application for a development contributions waiver from Ngāti Kuia for a development they're doing at 104 Nayland Road, which is to provide 5 new warm dry homes, social housing for members of the iwi off of the MSD housing list. Officers aren't delegated approval to waive development contributions under the current policy. Report always has to come to council. So this is why we're here. And I'm just noting that the previous council in the developments contributions policy has used DCs as a means to support social housing and as a means to help address the housing crisis in Nelson. And this proposal is consistent with that approach. It's just that this social housing happens to be being provided by a different provider, one that isn't specifically listed in the exemptions for the DC policy.
Good, short and brief explanation. Dave, did you want to add anything to the comments that Lisa has made about the proposal here for the waiver that you've applied for?
Tēnā koe te rangatira, I oku rangatiri te tipu hoki. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou ki ata nei. Thank you, Mayor Nick, and I just want to acknowledge Lisa for the mahi that she's done in the background to present the paper this morning. Ngāti Kuia want to be part of the solution going forward for our housing. This is our first attempt at providing a solution starting here in Whakatū. At the same time, we're looking at Papakainga solutions halfway between here and Blenheim near Te Hora Marae. So it's part of a bigger, wider strategy that we have, which also includes creating jobs, exports, economies, and of course, we need whānau to live. As part of, in 2016-17, we instigated a Hauora Wellbeing research project, which was supported by the Health Research Foundation, and we published a report beginning of last year. And in terms of wellbeing, housing, as we all know, was a major issue that we needed to get involved with, and hence what we've got in front of you today. The particular property at Nayland Road is a wonderful location for us, close to schools, as you all know, shops. And what we want to do is to, and we will do, is build 5 lovely 3-bedroom homes for whānau at need. We'll be working with a community housing provider to provide umbrella services. So part of our long-term plan to help whānau and to be part of the solution going forward. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. First comment I'll pass to Councillor Sanson, who's chairing our task force working on community housing initiatives.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Kia ora, Lisa, and David, thanks very much for your work on bringing this forward. I think probably first of all, I'm happy to move this. And my understanding that this is really just kind of bringing, it's an equitable approach to development contribution. So we're just kind of increasing equity in this space. Obviously, this is just for one iwi trust community housing development. And I'm just wondering what the approach is moving forwards to ensure that we have a policy that that doesn't require you to bring a report to the table every single time, because obviously we want something that's going to enable as much community housing as possible and is also really efficient for staff.
Councillor Sanson, can I thank you for moving the motion, and I will take your question. I wonder whether Councillor Paki would be prepared to second the resolution. Thank you. The motion is moved and seconded, and a question from Councillor Sanson.
Through the Mayor, you'll note that because council, the recommendation is to make a decision that's inconsistent with the development contributions policy, we have to make the Section 80 Local Government Act declaration. So part of that, I have made a recommendation that officers review the policy. The next time we review it, which is when we do the long-term plan, we consider widening the specific groups listed in the policy for who provides social housing, so that I don't have to bring reports.
That's great, thanks.
Deputy Mayor O'Neill Stevens.
I'll save it for debate.
Sorry?
I'll save it for debate.
Oh, look, I'm not seeing, is there other questions on the policy? My personal view is that I think this is a no-brainer. It's about consistency of policy for iwi being able to get access to the development contributions. It's about growing housing. I've seen that property on Nayland Road and been frustrated that it's not been developed, and even more excited at the 5-unit development and it being social housing. I'm happy to take further questions, and then I'm going to open up for those who wish to make a contribution. Councillor Pakipaki.
Mr. Mayor, just wanting to make a comment, just been brought to my attention. As a seconder of this motion, also to be transparent that I do not whakapapa to, as I know it at this stage. So I do not have any whakapapa connections or other connections to Ngāti Kuia.
Understood, and I'm delighted that you are seconding the motion in terms of, in my view, iwi trusts participating in social housing is important for iwi, but actually it's also incredibly positive for the community. No other questions? Councillor Benj.
Can I just ask, are these houses for sale or for rent?
Would you like to answer that question, Dave?
The long-term affordable rentals.
I do think that question is actually quite pertinent. And I say it for this reason. Where social housing is committed to be used for long-term affordable renters through the CHIPS and others, the development contribution exemption, in my view, is entirely appropriate. Whether it be iwi or others that are doing housing developments for profitable endeavour, good on them. Wish iwi to be doing it as much as anybody else, but in those situations, I would not accept the exemption to apply. The policy, the recommendation 3 has been carefully crafted and appropriately that the exemption is for social housing developments, not general market developments.
I'm sorry, Mayor Nick, I didn't hear that answer.
Sorry, Dave clarified that these are for long-term affordable rentals.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. Got it.
Any further questions? I now put the motion that's been moved and seconded by Councillor Sanson and Councillor Pakipaki up for debate, and I'm going to pass to Deputy Mayor O'Neill Stevens.
Yeah, look, as you said, Mayor Nick, it's really a no-brainer, but do really want to acknowledge Dave, acknowledge you for the work that's going into this and the wider Ngāti Kuia Trust team who will be delivering this. I think it just really highlights that where we've got community challenges and problems within our communities, the solutions also lie within our communities, and actually returning that power and impetus to lead and to provide those solutions in a way that works for the communities affected. And also, like Dave, want to acknowledge Lisa for the work you've done, and thank you for coming in today. This is just a really exciting project that I can't wait to see to come to life, and I'm looking forward to tidying up the DC policy so that we can just keep these things happening without having to take the time here to enjoy seeing them, but adding another step in that process. So thanks to all involved, and very happy to support.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Any further contributions, Councillor Sanson?
Thanks very much, to the Mayor. So I'm obviously speaking in support of this, and what I think really stands out for this is that this is an initiative of Ngāti Kuia and Iwi Trust that has come from research that they did into what are the critical needs for wellbeing for whānau in our community. But it's also a collaboration. David spoke about working with another community housing provider to support management of the properties, and also with MSD to identify those that are most in need, and then with council in terms of the development contributions waiver. So yeah, I just think that this is a great example of a whole lot of organisations within the community, local government, central government, iwi Trust and community housing provider working collaboratively for really positive outcome in the housing space for whānau.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. If there be no further debate, I will put the resolutions that are listed from 1 to 3. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, say no. Can I just wish Dave and Ngāti Kuia the very best with this development from the perspective of council? The sooner those houses up, the better everybody is, and we look forward to that occasion. Thank you for your work. We now move to item number 10, which is the terms of reference for the Community Housing Acceleration Task Force. Can I thank Councillor Sanson for the hard work that she's putting to moving this work at pace, as well as Lisa and the team from staff, and ask Lisa to prepare to speak to the paper that's before council.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, this was a pretty simple report, obviously, just to get the terms of reference adopted for the Community Housing Acceleration Task Force. The role of the task force is outlined on page 81 of your agenda, and it's really specifically targeted as helping to grow as quickly as possible the stock of community housing via utilising the Housing Reserve Fund. And the task force has been actively meeting and wrapping their head around how we're going to do that, and council might expect a report in early next year to kick that off.
Any questions from councillors? Would Councillor Sanson be prepared to move the adoption of the report, given that you're leading this good work on the task force? Is there a seconder? Seconded from the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion that people would like on this resolution and the terms? Councillor Pakitaki.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order, I guess, with a lot of the documents that we're putting through. I think I don't know if the council and the officers have a specific interpretation, but I see that we have inclusion of Māori in the decision-making process. And again, I asked the question is who is Māori and who do they represent? Because of course we have our statutory relationship with our Ngāiwi e Waru, the 8 tribes of the top of the south. But we have a lot of it says here in the last 4 delegations, inclusion of Māori in the decision making and no engagement with Māori has been undertaken. So I think it would be really good for us when we're moving through documents like this, or in the future, for us to actually have a definition of who that actually is. Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Pakitaki. And if you would like to provide guidance to the question you've asked, I'd be interested as well. There always is a complex question as to where is it a treaty relationship that's associated with iwi, and where is there a broader responsibility to Māori? And as we work through those issues, welcome your guidance and thoughts on how we deliver that properly. Any further questions on the paper? Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. So are we up to debate or?
Oh, yes, we are. Sorry, I am trying to push things along given constraints of time.
No, it's all good.
And I've taken questions. The paper's been moved by yourself, seconded, and is now open for debate.
Thanks. So I just wanted to speak in support of this, obviously, and to really acknowledge the Housing Task Force team, so the elected members and the staff, because before this has even really been officially established, we've had, I think, 4 meetings, and we've already prepared, given guidance to the staff to come up for the report, which is going to come to the next possible council meeting that it's going to be ready for. So, we've just been doing a whole lot of work in this space, and I just want to really acknowledge everybody's time and their contribution to that. I feel like
properly acknowledged, and I'm particularly appreciative of the energy and effort that both staff and councillors are putting into pushing this along. It is one of the most acute community issues, and we're actually in the fortunate position that we have millions of dollars sitting in the bank that enables us to be able to get that out the gate and to support the housing need that's become more acute and complicated. As a consequence, I'm quite worried with the tourism sector rebounding. What's happening, in my view, is that some of the access for emergency housing is being squeezed. And then obviously we also have 100 odd families displaced from the storms. That's further adding stress in this area. And that's why it's so important that we get progress with Rachel and this task force. No further comment, then I shall put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. That is adopted. Thank you very much for your work, Nikki and Rachel. We now come to the approval of the terms of reference for the Civic House and Sports Facilities task forces. And I invite staff before the committee to present on these two lots of recommendations. Again, it's my intention to allow discussion on both the terms of reference, Civic House and Sports Facilities task forces simultaneously. And so I'll ask staff to present, then take questions, and then seek a mover and seconder. So let's firstly have the presentation and questions.
Through the chair, the Civic House terms of reference for the task force are provided, the proposed terms of reference. I take that as read and would be happy to answer any questions.
Let's do the staff introduction also on the sports facilities, and then I can take questions on both together. Andrew, did you want to add to the terms of reference on the sports facility task force terms of reference?
No, just similarly to Rebecca's comments through you. The terms of reference have been developed in consultation with the task force members. The members are comfortable with those terms of reference and happy to take any questions.
Can I just start with one question? In respect of the terms of reference for the sports facilities, we've specifically excluded recreational facilities on non-council owned land. And I wondered if that was necessary, and this is purely a question out of ignorance, and that is, I know council owns some reserves. There are some reserves that are actually Crown reserves, of which we have a management role in, and there may actually be some sports facilities on others. Was it necessary in 4.5 to specifically exclude recreation facilities that are on non-council owned land?
If I may just to defer to Councillor Skinner initially, and I'm happy to follow up with comments on that.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Yeah, so that's a lot of thought has been put into that. When we were covering those sports facilities under the committee, it was pretty broad, and recreation activities happen on a great range of facilities. You can understand, for example, Kawata Trust have land neighbouring of council land, and the reserves are used publicly, etc. With the charitable offering of Kawata. What we're conscious of is that we don't make decisions at council inferring or directing what may or may not happen on land which is not under our ownership.
Can I make the question more pointed? Councillors will be aware that I am very passionate about the development of improved facilities at Tuhunanui. Ugly shipping containers on the most beautiful beach in New Zealand is not where I want to be, but I'm aware that the potential site for that may not be on land that is owned by the council, because some of the land is actually deemed in foreshore seabed or other esplanade reserves that is owned by the Crown. My concern is not the exclusion of private land. My concern is about potentially sports facilities on Crown land. And my worry is that 4.5 might there and in other places exclude potential sites and potential work of your task force.
Well, to add to my answer, and the other thing we think if it becomes certain situations like that or land beyond council land, it may be more of a full council discussion rather than a task force. I'd say with that example you give, Mayor Nick, that would, we'd be definitely discussing. Clearly, we're looking at the Tahuna reserves there. If you're talking in regards to a building facility, when it came over, I can't really see that. You're talking about like the surf rescue on the beach. there. Well, that would become a discussion, but we would be directing decision making on our reserves. My concern is that if we're going beyond council-owned property, I think it'd be more of a greater council involvement in the decision, but I think if that came back to the task force, by all means. And the other concern is that the broader picture, when we're looking at a lot of our recreational activities that the public use, that we're not wandering into areas that are not our land and putting an inference on how it to be used.
I'm sorry to pursue this question, but it's partly just about understanding. Are there any of our reserves that are actually owned by the Crown, in which we are, this is from my role as Minister of Conservation, there are lots of reserves that Crown owns, but we manage.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. So you're exactly right. There is a lot of reserve land that the council holds or manages on behalf of the Crown. If maybe a suggestion would be that we cover council-owned and council-managed land. I think the one of the key concerns about having it particularly broad around the terms of reference for the working group is that there's actually some really significant, really large matters before council at the moment, such as the recreation access to Kawata land, which is beyond the scale of what the task force, I understand, is comfortable dealing with. So that was, to me, the purpose of excluding other land from the terms of reference, but perhaps the solution is excludes land that is not owned or managed by council.
The other alternative would be to remove the words not non-council owned land and change it to privately land. Because that would, I understand totally there's a big issue about Kawata and working that through. It was not the intention that would be within the bounds of the task force. And I think a crisper way to do it would be to change it from non-council owned land to privately owned land. And that would cover that. Would you, Tim, are you comfortable with that?
I was more comfortable, well, leaving a bit more thought and discussion, but I was more comfortable in the including managed land. So including we're looking after the role of council-owned land and council-managed land. I'd be more comfortable with that rather than putting private or non-private.
Here's the example I'd give you. That would be the difference. You've got a government reserve. It's not managed by council, but it'd be a damn good facility for a sports facility. You've got the capacity to be able to approach government and ask them if you could use that reserve. And under the proposition of being limited to council-owned and council-managed land, you wouldn't have that option. That's why my preference was to exclude the exclusion to be privately owned land. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you. I've got a range of questions here. Firstly, 4.2 on page 85 regarding the purpose of the Sports Facility Task Force is to consider proposals for changes to Nelson's provision of indoor and outdoor sport and active recreation facilities. Why is this a task force priority? Why are those considerations of changes to provision of indoor and outdoor sports and active recreation facilities not just coming in front of all councillors as part of the LTP process? Why have we got a task force in this regard?
Well, I proposed and the council adopted my recommendation at its first business meeting to establish a sports task force. My view is that, like in all areas, there's priorities to be set. And so the council's made a decision to establish a sports facilities task force. The question is solely what would be the proper terms of reference. But if you ask, that decision's preceded us, Councillor Rainey. My view is why should we have one is because in my view it would be useful to have a group of councillors to help us through the process of deciding what our sports facilities priorities should be. So I take responsibility. Tim can't take responsibility for the idea of having a sports facilities task force. I must take responsibility of that as mayor, albeit it was unanimously adopted at our first meeting.
Okay, well, further to that then, why do we, pursuant to, following on from that consideration, now have if we adopt this terms of reference, have a smaller group of councillors than all councillors, we have a subset, who are able to provide an active informed governance voice on recommendations as opposed to all councillors having an active informed I mean, that actually means that a subset of councillors get reports, get information from staff, give consideration to these things, when in fact I would have thought it would be something that all councillors should be given consideration to. I'm concerned about this.
Right. The approach that I'd like to take with all task forces is any information that's provided to any task force should be freely available to any council member. That is certainly my intent around standing council task forces. So, for instance, Pete, on the task force that you're chairing on the civic house here, if a member of council is not on that task force, but you actually felt, hey, this is a really important report, I would expect you as the chair of that task force to circulate that report to all councillors, and exactly the same for Councillor Sanson that's doing the work on the housing. So it is not an attempt to exclude councillors from information about specific work, and my expectations of any of the chairs of these task force is that if they have significant reports to share it with all councillors.
With all due, well, okay, I'll wait for debate in that regard. Further question then. So the list on 4.3 on the same page, the role of the task force is to consider the following matters in particular and in no particular order of priority. How was that list produced? Was there input from all elected members on the production of that list?
You're happy for me to answer that, Nick?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. That list is a combination of items that have been shared with council staff by the mayor, plus items that are currently underway in council decision making. 4.4 also provides the coverall of other items that may come up. So the task force was comfortable also with that list of items and the way 4.4 was approached as well. But that may be a matter for debate today.
So in that regard, further question, if I may, under 4.4 then. So you're right, you've just pointed out the fact that, you know, this specifically says in terms of reference here, that the task force has a role to provide governance direction and support about any initiative for improvements to service provision. Nothing specified here. Or to consider new governance level matters initiatives as they arise. Now, why is there this separate approach for this task force as opposed to pretty much every single other task force that we've been put in front of us, which are absolutely task driven? It's about Civic House, it's about the reopening of the library. Why have we now got a task force with an open agenda here, a subset of councillors with an open agenda? I'm interested to know who came up with these two clauses under 4.4 and why are they there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the answer to that is pretty straightforward. I drafted this whole terms of reference, and I would acknowledge that actually, in terms of comparison with other task forces, the very nature of a sports facilities task force is quite broad. So if it was a Trafalgar Park stand task force, that would be a specific matter. But the very nature of this task force, which council approved, is much, much broader. So difficult to design it in the same way, I think, as a project-specific task force.
So one final question, if I may, because I want to get this clear, transparent. As group manager, through you, as group manager, Andrew, did you promote the possibility of the idea of a task force in relation to arts projects, arts issues, the support of the creative, recreational side of community services portfolio?
No, I didn't, and I also didn't promote this one either.
So I say that again?
No, I didn't, and I didn't promote this one either.
Okay, thank you.
To be quite, just very upfront, Pete, the determination about the task force that we established at our first council meeting was an initiative by myself, not by staff. But I would note that the full council at that time adopted that resolution. If its name was to be the Sports Facilities Task Force, inevitably it would be looking at a number of different sports facilities. If it was a Civic House Task Force, I'm sorry, there's one Civic House. You know, there isn't a thing here. But can I just ask this question? It is not the intent to create any division or unease around council. As much as possible, as a council, I would like us functioning as a team. Pete, if you have significant concerns about these terms of reference, my personal preference would be for us to have a bit of a workshop and do some more work on them. If you were sufficiently concerned that you wanted to divide council, because as much as possible with this council, I want to build a team approach as we are doing these things. And so my question to you, Pete, is that, look, if you are uncomfortable, I didn't think there was anything particularly controversial having decided to establish a sports facilities task force, that it might list some potential sports facilities that we want to advance. And so if you do have significant concerns, Pete, my preference would be to hold this paper, do a workshop in the next year. Pete, alternatively, if you've got some concerns and it's absolutely proper for you to raise questions and those things at today's council meeting, but they weren't of a firm that you would vote against the establishment of these terms of reference, then I would proceed. So just be helpful for an indication, Pete, as where you're at.
Sure, and if I can set your mind at ease, I'm not concerned. I actually celebrate everything that's here in regards to the sports task force. It's fantastic.
Yeah, sure.
To give due consideration to these items is tremendously important. What I want to highlight is that I personally think there are a whole lot of other items in regards to the city that we could do equally put the focus on. And it's not the inclusion of the sports task force, it's the omission of other things that I think as a group of people around this table that we need to give due consideration to. And I'll talk more about that during debate. And you're absolutely right. We will have more opportunity to do this. And maybe it's just a matter of when that opportunity comes. My only concern is we're 2 months into this now and time is ticking, and we'll be heading into heavy planning sessions early in the year, not only for the AP, but also for LTP. Sure. And in my experience, if you don't get in, another whole term goes past, or from my perspective, and I don't want to be like a scratch record, but I will be, over a decade goes by where the provision of certain facilities for the city get overlooked yet again. So that's why I'm concerned. So please, I am supportive in the.
Councillor Brand, sorry.
Thank you. My question sort of goes back a step out of that conversation, so my apologies for this. I sort of feel where Councillor Rainey is coming from, and I think you alluded to it at one of our previous meetings or workshops, that we would be establishing an art strategy task force in the new year. So I feel that that would have the same broad openings that this task force has for the number of different avenues that could open. So I just wanted to park that there. But my actual question actually comes back to managed and non-managed council land. And on this term of reference, I'm actually happy to support the wording that was provided about managed and non-managed council land instead of private use, because I feel that the term of reference does not exclude the ability to bring the discussion to full council over Crown land and the opportunity, if the task force identified that there was a land or reserve that was Crown owned that would be better suited for a facility to be used, that discussion could then come for full council to open the avenue, as you mentioned before. So I would feel more comfortable using the term managed and unmanaged council land on the basis that it's not a decision-making task force, because the decision comes back to full council. The opportunity of other land that may be private or Crown owned can still be identified, and we can discuss that. So that I just wanted to go back to that conversation.
Can I just ask officials, subject to Tim being comfortable and consistent with Trudy's, just to draft up a little amendment along exactly the lines that both Tim and Trudy have suggested, and that is that the word "or managed" be added under 4.5 on non-council. So it would read non-council owned or managed land, just to get a bit of focus on that exclusion on 4.5. And I'll just ask them to draft that up while we continue to have questions. Deputy Mayor O'Neill Stephens.
Yeah, just around the terms of reference, and just when would this task force be expected to end?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Nick, to what?
To end.
Oh, to end.
Dissolve.
Potentially at the end of the triennium, but like all task forces, I think there's a term in here which says if it doesn't meet for a period of time, then it's effectively dissolved.
An equivalent task force, I would note, would be take the task force we've established on local government reform. Do I think local government reform is going to magically end at some time during the next term? I suspect that will be one of the task forces that will need to operate over the full triennium. I think there are other task forces like over the library strengthening or, for instance, on Civic House that will have a shorter time frame.
Can I, and I'm sorry, I've got to do my mea culpa as a deputy for not entirely reading the full details of our terms of reference before this meeting. But I would just flag, I think there might just need to be a bit more work done here just around, because to me, this seems sort of materially more around sort of a standing governance role across activities within this area. I just would like to test a little bit more, even things like whether Legoima and the requirement to take minutes should apply to this being just a continuing, essentially, governance committee of council. And so I think there might just need to be just a little bit more work done on this task force, similar to Pete. I'm actually really keen to see it go and succeed, but to me it's slightly out of step with the sort of structure of other ones in that it's not massively project specific. It's not solely focused on recommendations to council. And so I'd welcome any advice from our esteemed CE.
Our esteemed CE is going to save us.
So if you make these formal committees with agendas and minutes, then it's not going to be fast and it's not going to be agile and it's not going to be responsive, and we'll struggle to resource it. The whole purpose of these task forces is they're not decision-making bodies. They're all recommendations to council. They're deliberately set up so that there's never a majority of councillors on them. So at the end of the day, the rest of the council has the ability to impose their will, but they are intended to be faster, flexible, more responsive. And I look back at when we had the opportunity to buy the SBL site. Staff proceeded with that option, and because we had very limited time, and then mentioned that we were pursuing this, and there was concern from some councillors that staff were heading off on their own direction. Having these sorts of task forces in areas where we're trying to move with a little bit more pace, it is really useful to have a task force to bounce those sorts of ideas off, so staff know that they're not heading in a wrong direction. But if you start opening them up to minutes and agendas, then scheduling becomes an issue, and you will not achieve what you are trying to do. Thank you.
Councillor Stella.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I do want to echo the comments of the Deputy Mayor that this does seem to be entering in the territory of a standing committee. And I think it was fairly clear early on that the task forces would address quite a narrow specific scope with an end date. And we seem to be departing from that. Point 13 of the terms of reference is that this task force will be dissolved once the recommendations have been presented to council. We might need to look at that terms of reference again, because what are those recommendations? What is the timeline? Is it intended to be dissolved this term? I just think that compared with some other task forces, this one departs from the model somewhat as less clear.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. We are going to open up for debate, but we're very much in the question mode at the moment, if we could please. Councillor Sensor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I probably have a little bit of a mea culpa as well, in that I kind of hadn't really considered page 85, 4.4, just the really broad governance overview. So I also am actually supportive of this, but there are other, I'm the lead on the housing task force. There are critically important housing matters, for example, the Kainga Ora land sale and social and affordable housing development, a broader housing strategy, the linear park thing, that all have a really big impact on housing, and that I would say really in terms of what's priority to our community, a house for people is pretty important. And yet I was not able to get anything like this to into my housing terms of reference. So at the moment, the staff actually have no governance body that they can go to for any kind of input or support or governance direction. So I just wonder that if we're going to proceed with this today, whether what we should actually be doing is bringing the other task force terms of reference back to broaden those as well, so that the one on housing has a broader focus on housing, that when we establish the one on arts, because I do recall a conversation on the arts where it was like, well, we have to choose one thing out of the arts strategy and that would be the purpose of that task force. I mean, the equitable approach then would be to choose one of these facilities.
I'm happy to have the debate, but I am trying to
so what I'm
format of questions and then move into debate. It is sounding a bit, Councillor Sanson, like debate, and give that opportunity. But can we just focus on questions so that we can keep the process moving forward?
So if we were to proceed with this today, can we review the terms of reference for the other task forces to include this same paragraph 4.4, that basically all the other task forces can provide governance, direction and support to staff about anything basically that's in that, wheelhouse. So the housing one will be able to provide any governance, direction and staff support when an arts one is established the same, when the climate change one is established the same, because this has really gone far, far broader than just one facility, and it seems irregular to the others.
Any other questions? Councillor, I reckon there's a couple of ways forward, and like I say, as much as establishment in these task forces want to develop a consensus around it, I reckon those two ways forward, and I genuinely am quite open about both, would be to adopt these terms of reference so the task force can be up and running, but include in it that a first item be to have a council workshop to rework the terms of reference on it. That would have the benefit of the task force being able to get up and running, but would give that opportunity, and would be quite open about the fact that we're going to have a revisit of them. The other alternative would be to defer the adoption of the recommendations today. Now, my strong preference, and this is where a number of councillors, including the Deputy Mayor, have expressed concern, my clear preference is not to have a divided vote, to try and build a governance structure that we're all pretty comfortable with. So can I just open in an informal way for councillors like the Deputy Mayor, would your preference be to adopt the terms of reference today and then have a workshop in the next year with it being quite open that we're going to rejig them? Or would the preference be to defer the adoption of these terms of reference today? I think they are the two possible ways forward to constructively resolve the concerns around council data today. Any thoughts, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I look at what, the Housing Task Force, we've only just signed off terms of reference, has been going. I'm keen for it to get up and going. I just think that, so maybe deferring now just to sharpen it up and make sure that task force, we're getting the most value out of the time of the members there, and actually just making sure we've got some really clear deliverables from that work. I guess my sort of other secondary concern to the more formalised things is just if we go for that too broad, scattershot approach, we're not going to get the runs on the board that we're aiming to. So I'd be giving the nod of let's get that task force meeting and doing some of that work, and maybe themselves doing some of that prioritisation, but deferring the actual formal adoption of terms of reference until we've got it in a slightly more
appointed place.
One of the options that would be more consistent with the other task force would be, for instance, on Civic House or the library strengthening or the community housing. We've been quite narrow and quite specific on the work of the task force. Why did I not favour that approach in setting up the sports task force? Because I actually wanted the opportunity for councillors to have a bit more debate about what the relative priorities of Te Hunanui relative to artificial field, relative to East Stand. And what it might be useful to do is do a bit of a workshop in the new year, narrow down which are the sports facilities projects that we wish to advance, and then get the task force then to be focused on delivering them. I think that might be a better way forward, but I'd be happy to have the suggestions from the proposed chair, Tim Skinner, around this. What's your thoughts?
Yes, reflecting on this, going back to when we had some workshops discussing these, me and Nick, in regards to rather than committees or having task force, and I see the benefits of that, and that was sort of easing a load. And it was also these task forces groups were to continue the work from last term coming into this term, whether it be the library opening, etc. And you'll see in that list of items there, they are items that were still in progress or need to be looked into coming from last term into the new term. By all means, we can reduce that list or increase that list, but I don't want us to get confused that these aren't committees. These are task forces where you've split up quite well, I thought, various councillors into these, and as councillors and as a chair of a task force would be keeping each other involved in what's coming up. And the next round there in regards to 4.4, that was just to enable if there are things that felt that needed to be able to pivot on quickly that came up, then they could be added or taken away. But these aren't happening in silo. So probably good if we had a lot of this discussion or questions prior to today's agenda meeting. I'm easy either way. I mean, whatever we do might reduce our task force workload. It might increase our task force workload.
One of the things that I'm quite keen to do with the task forces is rather than the councillors and staff doing a whole lot of work on a couple of projects, on a very wide range of projects, I would much rather that we're focused, as I've said, right from my election as mayor, on being quite a lot more targeted. So my preference, and I'm going to move from the chair, resolutions number 1, that's the receives the report, resolution 2, to approve the civil task force, and I'm going to ask that resolution 3 be put on hold. I think that is the right way forward. I want to make plain to Tim that we have established the sports task force. It can meet. I note that the other 2 task forces met before they got terms of reference and might want to do some more work on that. And I reckon that'll just give us the opportunity to decide between those 2 alternative approaches that we've got. So I'm moving that. Is there a person who'd be prepared to second? Then I'm going to open that up for debate. So Councillor Rollo has seconded the resolution. And if I could just ask staff just to tidy up those resolutions so that it's consistent with what I said. We're now opening the debate of the resolution that I've moved, and Councillor Rollo has seconded. Councillor Rainey.
Thanks, Nick. And just by way of information, I would have supported the previous motion that the terms of reference be accepted under the premise that we could have gone into a workshop. Don't get me wrong, I would have supported that. However, we're not talking about that now. We're talking about setting it aside for the moment. I just want to say that I congratulate you, Nick, on the way that you approached the mayoralty. I congratulate you on the progress that we've made. I think it's been great. I think the feeling around the table is really good, and I think the task force approach is really good. And unquestionably, there's been some progress for this city on a range of issues that has been really good for the city. It's been a good start. It really has been a good start. I personally feel a little bit that it's been so busy and we've had so much going on that we haven't really had the opportunity to sit around as a group of councillors and had a really good strategic session. We had one session where it actually came down to the last quarter of an hour where we all individually got an opportunity to have a bit of a chat, and even then some of them took too long. But they were informative and a lot of fun. So I do relish the opportunity that is going to come for us to sit around and have a bit of a broader talk about things. And after we've eaten quite a lot of turkey and sat around over the next week or so, I'm sure we'll come back, ready to do that. But just to let you know, I have been approached by so many people in the community saying, oh, where's the arts task force? What's going on? What's happening to the implementation of the strategy? And actually, as an advocate of the arts, I'm just sitting here going, why aren't those of us around the table who are passionate about these things being tasked with getting on with the job? Because there's so many things to do, and we are just waiting to know what that opportunity is going to be. So I implore you to give serious consideration as soon as possible to setting up a task force to look at some of the issues facing the arts, in particular the performing arts. While we have the anomaly of the debt burden that's being carried by our performing arts community, and yet on the other hand, you're saying let's have a task force who's going to go away and consider new capital expenditure on sports facilities. We've got this glaring anomaly of trusts of people volunteering their time who have to deal with the debt burden on those performing arts facilities. I cannot stand by and say, look, we can just ignore that. So as soon as possible, we need to get this up and running. I'm completely happy to support the range of things that have come up on that sports task force list. I'm happy to support that. I'll point out that some of them didn't actually get past the last council, but we can work through that. There's something that we've got to work through. But there are other issues facing the city that we need to get on with. Some of them are issues that have been around for decades and decades. And I just feel that I'm not being used in an appropriate way, because I would like to get on with the job. And I know that there are others around this table who feel exactly the same way. I've forgotten what we were debating, but I support what you're doing.
We just want you to get the Civic House all fixed up, Pete. Councillor Brand.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I sort of do agree with snippets of what Councillor Pete was sort of going down about the art strategy, because I do feel I would have supported what was up there, noting that we were going to come back or have that workshop around the term of reference, because we could do exactly the same with the art strategy and get that the same scope and breadth to work with. So I do support what you're doing and what you've put forward and across. I just have concerns that annual plan task force, and then we're heading into the long-term plan timings, that some of these items would need to be, factored in getting into and having input into those discussions if they are to meet the time frames for those to come forward as priorities for this triennium. So I'm just cautious and a bit concerned that if we dither too much on what that scope of that task force is, we will miss the opportunity in the window to have those included in the annual plan or the long-term plan. So that's just where I'm at with those, but I was happy with what.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. We are running late on time. I would ask in debating the resolution that we keep our comments reasonably tight, not going to be too tight. I don't want us dragging into to late this evening. So if people could, councillors could keep their comments relevant to the resolutions that are before us, because it's very easy to get into a wider debate. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Minik. Hey, I'd ask Minik if you'd consider not crossing out that recommendation 3. I think my read, I might be wrong at the table, is that there is support for the topics of the task force, as quite rightly raised there. There are other areas equally and greatly beneficial to the community that may well also need a task force, and I thought that was what was happening. I'm happy where we're at. I know we moved away from committees, and I was umming. I thought nature saw some great strengths in initialising us having task force. The downside, removing committees, I was concerned with the likes of the great gains we've made in the arts, the heritage and the culture strategies and projects, that we were splitting up the arts, culture, heritage from the sport and recreation, but then I saw some strengths in doing that. So I fully concur that there's a lot of areas there. I'm concerned when we moved around from committees that they may lose a bit of traction. But on the other side of the coin, I think here, Menik, if you'd consider removing that crossing out of term 3, because I think there's support for us, as the executive has pointed out, of being able to pivot and move quickly on some of these topics. And once again, they become topics that will become to full council or task force doesn't make those decisions. But this is, I just think you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater at this stage here.
Yeah, the reason for not including item 3 is that I want to have all councillors comfortable with the terms of reference, and there were sufficient councillors with concern that I think with some more work we can get there. I'm also persuaded by the argument, and that is that the Sports Task Force could perform better if the criteria was refined a bit more. It required a bit more work. The fact that I was moving amendments around the exclusions of the land was just an indicator that this particular terms of reference needs a bit more work. So my preference is not to include 3, but I'll take further items of debate. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Menik, and thank you for all the different contributions today, everyone. I think I just want to highlight that I really value the sharpness of our task forces, and I think that my view is that this has become a little bit too broad. My initial understanding was that this task force would be more focused around assessing our sports facilities and promptly reporting back to council around what gaps there might be in the provision of services. And that would kind of be the task force then dissolving once that's taken place. And then maybe something else would occur in terms of a specific facility and getting that up and running or implemented. So there's kind of 2 ways to go about this, but I don't think I would support this terms of reference as it is. I'd like to see it sharpened considerably.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. I'm going to exercise my right of reply as the mover. If there was a big picture issue that I think this council needs to be determined to deliver on, it is a balanced program of community facilities between sports and the arts. And I appreciate that there are councillors around this table who have passion for one or the other, and it would be an easy issue for us to divide on. And it is my clear intent as mayor that we deliver on sports and that we equally deliver on the improvement of arts facilities, and would like us collectively to be able to provide a good program on both. I do think the criticism is fair that the terms of reference requires more work. I don't agree with the view that in the 2 months since the election, we have not made progress on the arts, in the sense that on this very program, there is a very important resolution with respect to the development of the Arts Development Agency, which is a very substantive step forward for the arts sector. But I just want to reinforce as mayor my desire for us collectively to have a program of improvements and investments in both the arts and the sports space, and to work as hard as possible as I can as mayor to not allow our council to be divided because of some that wish to advocate in one and some that wish for the other. I'm going to put the amended resolution, and that is with items 1 and 2 without 3, with a clear understanding that early in the new year there will be a workshop of all councillors to work hard on developing a terms of reference that we can all sign up to in respect of the important work of the Sports Task Force. Can I put the resolution to the vote? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. Resolutions 1 and 2 are carried. I think we've gone beyond my 1 hour break rule, and so I call a 5-minute break. Council will resume at 11:35. And we come to item number 12 on the agenda, which is the delegations register. Meaty document that's quite important, albeit the changes are relatively minor. And I asked Robin Ryan from our governance team to take us through the report and proposals in this regard.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. There are only a couple of minor changes to in the report and in the register. The first minor change is 4.5 of the report. It does mention that there are 2 changes to the Chief Executive's delegations. There is actually only one. And you will have noticed that we have placeholders for the terms of reference for the task forces. We will be tidying that up after this meeting. So we will be removing the sports facilities task force information until that's actually adopted at a future meeting. Apart from that, I'll take the report as read.
Questions from councillors on the delegations register? Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. So I have a few questions that I sent through in advance. On page 94, 4.5.1, the CE delegation is proposed to be at 3 million, an increase from 2.5 million. And my question was, is this inconsistent with the procurement policy and tenders committee? Because last council meeting, I think the 10th of November, we approved increasing the tenders committee threshold to 2 million, and that beyond that, I guess the non-tenders committee thresholds, that anything over 2 million needed to have governance oversight and go to the tenders committee. So I understand that, you know, the procurement policy is different to the delegations. I still just wonder whether there's any or what the implications are really of having an inconsistency between that threshold. So the cut-off for governance oversight under the procurement policy is 2 million, but our delegations are that we're now going to increase that to 3 million. So, you know, beyond 3 million, there needs to be governance oversight, but under that, the CE has that delegation. So I'm just curious about the implications of that.
Through the chair, can I just ask Nikki Harrison to reply? She's provided.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
you're hiding behind.
yeah, I am. Through you, Mayor Nick, there are no implications of them being inconsistent. One is related to the CE delegation, financial delegation, and in terms of the procurement, streamlined procurement approval that was passed at the last committee meeting. That really is a process, a methodology for procurement. So there are no implications, and this inconsistency is consistent with the previous triennium. They weren't the same in the previous triennium.
So they're two different tests.
Different
They're two different tests as to where the delegations are. A follow-up question, Councillor Sanson?
Yes, thanks very much. I appreciate that, Nikki. So just to clarify, if council is putting out a tender for a project and it's for a project greater than 2 million, then it goes to the tender subcommittee. Once that project is approved, then if there is expenditure on that project or any other project that is under 3 million, then the CE is able to approve that, and over 3 million, it would come to audit and risk and finance. Is that correct?
Through the chair, no. So if it's over the 2 million, from a procurement perspective, if that contract is over 2 million, it just means you can't follow the streamlined procurement policy. The CE still has authority to sign off up to $3 million, and it would only go to the tender subcommittee over $3 million.
Yeah, could the Chief Executive provide some extra clarity?
So my impression is that if we want to follow the streamlined procurement policy, then anything over $2 million goes to the tender subcommittee. But if we go out full-blown ads and follow our conventional procurement policy, then then the cutoff is 3 million. So that there is a lower difference. No, Nikki shaking your head. That's not it either. Oh, well, there we go.
Well,
Stop talking.
Can you add some further light for us?
So no, I think the way Nikki Harrison has described it is the way that the system would work. As you indicated, that they're two totally different tests. The 2 million is for the streamlined procurement policy, but anything in excess and what we're proposing is 3 million will then go to the tender subcommittee. Very, very different. They're two different tests.
Councillor Sanson, do you have a further question in this area?
Yeah, I think it's just good to understand. So where does it sit at the moment? I think, like, what are we increasing from and to?
Well, the current delegation is 2.5.
Yeah.
And so it's being increased from 2.5 to 3. And the justification for it is inflation. And given the level of inflation that's occurred over 3 years in the construction industry, that's why I've been pretty relaxed.
And that is correct. So it was 2.5. We're now suggesting 3 for the reasons you've given through the chair.
Thanks. Just what I think it's just really good to get all of the differences between the streamlined procurement threshold, the normal procurement threshold, and then the C delegations. That that there is different financial thresholds there, and it is a little bit confusing, I think, for
It is. I accept it is a bit confusing because you've got the streamlined process and you've got the standard process. I think I've got my head around it with the questions that you're asked that are not unhelpful. And I think as the tenders committee gets up and running, we can get a sense of how it works. I don't think the proposed change in the policy here is particularly significant other than an inflation adjustment. And that's why I'm quite comfortable. Are there any other questions for Robin or our governance team around the delegations register? I would just note these things seem very bureaucratic, but they are actually incredibly important in its setting out within the organisation where various decisions are entitled to be made. And in my view, it's something as the council term extends, we may want to revisit at a later date. The reason I've been supportive of it coming through quickly is that you need to get it clearly set so the organisation can function. Is there a council that's prepared to, do you have a further question or is it a comment and that we could handle in the debate?
Just a clarification. So this applies to expenditure for items and I guess work streams that have been approved by council. So elected members do have governance oversight when we're setting the annual plan and the long-term plan budgets. Because I do recall an item last term where there was unbudgeted expenditure. It was around about $2 million. It came to the table and it didn't pass, even though it was within the CE's delegated threshold, I guess. Is the reason it came to the table because it was unbudgeted expenditure?
I can only approve up to $3 million if it's in an annual plan budget. And that's always the first question as I ask is, show me the budget. And if it's not there, then it has to come to council for approval.
So I think that's good for all the new elected members also to hear and understand that this is, it doesn't kind of enable the CE to just spend an extra $3 million on anything that they think is important. That it doesn't change the governance direction of what we're doing. So thanks.
Things make progress because of the amount of business today. Councillor Brand?
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just for a level of comfort, would it be in interest to note that it's been increased due to the high inflation rates and stuff of that, just to give that level of comfort for that increase?
But the paper that we've got before us says it is proposed considering inflation.
No, I understand and appreciate that. I'm just asking in the recommendations that there's just a note to emphasise that it is for inflation.
The only part for me is the delegates register is nearly a 100-page document. This question is only with respect to one particular item in it. I'm not sure that we add that much value when it's quite clearly in the decision-making process that we've done it. If the member felt strongly about it, I'm prepared to consider it, but I think we're all Any other questions? Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Just a quick question. This delegations register for the traineum, is it updated periodically during the traineum if we do change some structures?
The way I'm expecting it to operate, Councillor Stallard, and I'm happy for the Chief Executive to correct me, we need to get it adopted so that the decision-making process within the council can function. There is not any formal review, but at any time during the course of the council term, if issues raised or there was particular areas that we wanted to rejig where the decision-making, it would be something that I understood council would need to initiate. Is that a fair comment?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's updated any time that you do make a change through a resolution.
So that's an open invitation and a good point, Councillor Stallard, that if during the course of decision-making we become uncomfortable, either, and they can flow both ways, and that is relatively minor decisions having to come to council when it seems actually that it's just adding to our agenda timetable and staff should have discretion, or it can be the opposite, and that is where the delegated power is away from council and others are getting to make decisions. It may be proper at that time to revisit. And my view is you learn through experience as to getting these delegations documents correct. But I do stress, and it is proper that council debate it because it actually is a really important governance document about where decisions are made. You wish to add anything further, Robin? Is there a council that's prepared to move the resolution with respect to the adoption of the delegations register? Thank you, Councillor Rainey. Is there a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Sanson. The resolution is now available for debate. I'll put the resolution. Those in favour, please say aye.
Oh, sorry.
Those to the contrary say no. The delegations register is adopted. We move to item 12 and the local governance statement. Welcome, Devora. Again, this is one of these documents that we need to deal with in the first 6 months of the traineum, and welcome your presentation.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you, Mayor Nick. I will make this very quick. As you've noted, this is something that Council does need to prepare. It's essentially a mandatory document. There's a set time frame to do that within. It is a public facing document, so we've put a lot of work in this time round to make it hopefully more appealing, a bit more colourful. And also you'll note in the recommendations there that we're proposing to treat it as a live document moving forward. What we mean by that is that as updates happen, we will be updating this document in real time, potentially republishing that if they're more substantial changes. It means that the team don't have to go through 3 yearly and try and track down all of the changes that might have occurred. So we're managing the information on behalf of the public and ourselves in a much more useful and hopefully user-friendly way. Thanks.
Very short explanation. This is largely consistent with what was in the previous council. Are there questions for Deborah from councillors? Very straightforward. I think the fact that it's a live document and the way that it's proposed to be updated, I felt was quite refreshing. When I read the council survey results, my view is there's some priorities that we would want to change in going forward, but that's a debate for another day, and this gets us started. And I wouldn't mind some discussion on that item about some of the extra priorities we might like to add. But I'm happy to move from the chair the adoption of the local government statement and seek a seconder. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Pakapaki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question.
Oh, I'm
through
sorry.
the chair. My timing was a little slow. Just in terms of access and the amendments as they're made, how available are they going to be available to track those amendments? Are they publicly available? Like, for instance, with the changes to the Building Act, there are, in the amendments that comes through, there's always an ability to be able to see what those changes were and how, and what the document looked like prior.
So the local government statement is responsible to provide the public with a high level information around the activities and functions of council. So it doesn't have a requirement incorporated into it to provide a sort of step-by-step through legislative updates.
I think the question was more in terms of being able to review the amendments themselves to see what they were changed from to.
Okay, no, that hadn't been intended to be built in, just that the most up-to-date information at any time is provided.
Look, I did cut it a little bit short there, moving the motion. If any other councillors have other questions, you're most welcome to ask them. You're free, well done. It's been moved and seconded by the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. Is there any councillors that would wish to debate resolutions 1 to 4 on item 13 with respect to the local government statement? Very helpful. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Those 4 resolutions are passed. We come to item number 14. This is with respect to rates remission, and invite Nikki Harrison before the committee, before the council.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'll take the report as read. Just as a brief highlight, Council approved an initial rates remission of the fixed charges, being the water, wastewater, stormwater flood protection rates in September, and didn't approve the general rate remission at that point in time, and were referring people to the Mayoral Relief Fund. And given that the Mayoral Relief Fund has run out of funds, and also the ongoing severe impact on a number of households, it is proposed to extend that rates remission for the general rate as well for those properties that are still unable to be inhabited as at the 30th of June, 30th of November this year. So happy to take any questions.
Councillors, questions on the proposal with respect to rates remissions with those affected by the August rainfall event? Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. So if I understand it correctly, the overall rates is just one part of that related to water, wastewater and stormwater that's being considered here, and those homeowners still pay the other components of their rates. Is that right?
So through the chair, no, we've already remitted the fixed charges at September, at the decision at that September council meeting. So they are not currently paying those fixed charges, and we're proposing to extend the remission so they're not paying any rates at all until such point as they are able to get back in their properties.
Any other questions for Nikki on this item? One thing I had not appreciated is that with the red stickered properties and the yellow stickered properties, there are a portion, 20 of the yellow stickered properties that are not able to be occupied. And so I think our council staff have made the right recommendation, and that is that the legal test for whether rates are remitted is if the home cannot practically be occupied rather than the red and yellow sticker boundary. And I think that's a good place that they have landed. And I also want to acknowledge it was the Chief Executive who initiated this extra level of support for property owners that I think is appropriate. I know I've received quite a few emails of concern on it, and really appreciate it. Councillor Skinner.
I just like to go, I'm happy to move motion to the table.
The resolution, just could I just clarify so I don't get myself caught right previously? Is there any further questions of Nikki on the paper? There isn't. I'm happy to take the resolution from Councillor Skinner for it to be moved, and from Councillor Brand for it to be seconded. The resolution on adopting this rates remission adjustment is now open for debate. Councillor Brand.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, when this was put forward to us as part of the Mayoral Relief Fund, and having worked through those applications and seeing the impact and the effect that it has on these residents in our region, and the small number that are still without their homes and not being able to access, I totally support this coming forward, and certainly hope that it certainly helps those families to know that Nelson and its region are caring about them and are having them positive thoughts, and hope we can get a resolution for them sooner in the new year.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. So I fully support this. It's obviously something that's been reflected on in the past. I know we've been approached in the past when properties aren't habitable, how much of it the rates should be remissed, whether it's full or part, and often just argued that they may not be living in the property for water and rubbish, etc., but still using our libraries, etc. On the other side of the coin, whether you own a house, whether you rent a house, whether you're a flatmate, you're all contributing to rates. You're paying a portion of that to rates. And when I reflect on this, for those situations, it's quite a dire situation where people in homes, it's pretty saddening. And I can see the anxiety and anxiousness as they wait for insurance, but they can't live in their house. But when they're renting, whether it's they're paying for it, their insurance is paying for them to stay somewhere else, they are paying the rates when they're renting in another property. So in this sense, if we don't give them a full rates rebate, they'd be paying twice. They'd be paying in the property that they're renting, whether the insurance is paying it or they're paying it, or whether someone's kindly taking them under their roof, they're paying that rates. And then if they're still paying a portion of those rates for the house they can't inhabit, in a sense, paying it twice. So in this sense, in my mind, I feel very comfortable with this. And I think it's a time of need and a lot of uncertainty. So, and I sense around the table a lot of support for. So once again, I commend the staff on their rates remission policy in the past and this new addition to it. Thank you.
Any other comments from councillors on this rates remission proposal? I'm then going to put resolutions 1 to 4 that you have before you under item 14. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, say no. It's adopted. I know it will be gratefully received by these people who are going into a pretty tough Christmas. We now move to item 16, and I invite Alice to come forward with respect to the proposal to establish the Arts Development Day. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Nikki Harrison. Got myself ahead again. Item number 15, Nikki Harrison on the appointment of trustees, council-controlled organisations, council trading organisations, and council organisations, of which I was struggling to understand what the difference between all the different terms are, but I'm sure I'm going to be educated.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I will take the report as read. This policy was due for a regular update, and the amendments are outlined in the cover report, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from councillors? Start with Councillor Sampson.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora, Nikki. Thanks very much for this. I sent through my question. So page 235, 4.2. Just going to scroll there myself. Maybe yep, sorry, 235. Anyway, I won't read it. But there's basically a paragraph about the importance of tikanga Māori for the governance, consideration of tikanga Māori. And I guess my question really is the way that that item is framed is just asking organisations to consider whether tikanga Māori is important for that organisation, whereas I would have thought that it's an important consideration for all CCOs, and I just wondered whether we should be strengthening that. So,
did you have any views, Nikki? I would note that this is a change in that it is adding to the existing criteria knowledge of tikanga Māori, and the question is how far you should go with that. Nikki.
So through the chair, this is basically saying council must consider whether the knowledge is relevant with those appointments. So it's up to us to consider that. If you're referring to the joint policy with TDC on the appointment to a joint CCOs, CCTOs, that would be a discussion to be had when that policy comes up for renewal. But we do try to keep the policies between the, whether it's an NCC policy or a joint policy, we keep it as reasonably consistent as possible.
Okay, thanks. And then,
And so can I just clarify that point, Nikki? So the wording that's been adopted here is designed to be consistent with what Tasman District Council has adopted. They've adopted that exact wording.
So I was saying that when our joint policy comes up for renewal next time, it will be a suggested wording change for that, and it would be for consideration of the Joint Shareholders Committee, whether or not it was appropriate.
Contribution, I'll just take the Deputy Mayor and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Sansom.
Yeah, so just to build on Councillor Sampson's question, I think it was specifically around whether the idea of, because the wording is must consider whether that knowledge is relevant, and the implication being that that knowledge is relevant within all of those organisations. So whether that wording would be better reflected around sort of the extent that that knowledge is required, as opposed to just whether or not it's required.
I must indicate that I'm sympathetic to the Deputy Mayor's view that a better choice of words would be council must consider the extent to which knowledge of tikanga Māori is appropriate, because the bit of the implication is that it might be irrelevant. I don't think there's any situation where it's irrelevant. There are situations where it is of more importance than others. And so I have some sympathy with that change of view. Andrew, did you have a perspective?
I do, thank you, Mayor Nick, but I think you pretty much covered it off then.
So can I suggest that Councillor Pakapaki?
sorry, I just
finished
my question.
I did promise to come back to Rachel.
So I think if Kahu wants, Councillor Kahu has got something on this, I'd value his contribution, because I have an additional question on this policy.
Can we see if we can come to a view specifically on 4.2 and just raise our questions on that?
Yeah, and
then I'm happy to move on to other areas of questions.
Right, but I just wanted to clarify that it was the word whether, which Councillor Deputy Mayor Rohan clarified. That was my concern, that it kind of left the door open for when, to consider that maybe it's not important, whereas it is important.
Councillor Pakapaki, would you like to add a perspective?
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor. I think it's probably quite important that from my point of view is that council probably shouldn't be the ones deciding whether or not tikanga is appropriate. So, and by what mechanism is really what we should be looking at. What mechanism can we take advantage of that can provide that appropriate advice as to whether or not that tikanga and what type of tikanga is applicable.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Sansom.
Thanks. I just had a second question. Same page, 4.3.1. I've wanted to have this tidied up for 3 years. So it says that one of the requirements is that they must have completed the Institute of Directors course, but the Institute of Directors offers dozens of courses, and I just wonder whether we could amend that to say the Institute of Directors Company Directors course, because I'm assuming that that is the one that is intended in this document.
Would you like to answer that, Nikki?
Through the chair, yes, I'd be happy to make that amendment to the policy, because that was certainly the intent. It was the company's directors course, but thank you for that correction.
So that's just at 4.3.1, have completed the Institute of Directors, and then it just needs to insert company directors course, which is kind of this standard qualification for board directors or experience.
Has that been the policy previously? I've done the course, but it's damn expensive. There's always a trade-off with these requirements between the compliance costs and the improved governance. Is this a requirement that's previously applied to these CCOs?
So through the chair, certainly the CCTOs, it would be something we'd be looking at. Probably not the CCOs, and that's probably where the or comes in that section.
Yep.
if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I'm quite comfortable with Councillor Sanson's amendment. The only thing is that for some of these organisations, the course costs about $8,000. And my concern would be, I want to be sure that we were getting $8,000. That sometimes that might be over the top for the skill set that's required around some CCOs. Andrew, did you have an additional comment?
Yes, if I may make a comment. Thank you, Mayor Nick. So you'll remember a conversation or a report recently around the Civic Trust, which actually is a set of volunteers who run a small, relatively small budget towards civic projects. So you might even question whether equivalent experience to the Institute of Directors company qualification is suitable for people in those sorts of roles too. I know that the Civic Trust currently has an exception, but that may not be the case in the future. So in making these decisions, I would suggest just thinking about the different range of CCOs, CCTOs, COs, etc.
I do think we just need to be a little bit consistent here, is that we collectively as council are responsible for assets over $2 billion. And it is not a requirement to sit around this table to have completed the company director's course. And I'm worried we're just pushing it a bit far. I would be doubtful that members of the Civic Trust would honestly pass both of those tests. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. So we're not changing the policy. This was the policy that always stood. It says have completed the Institute of Directors course or have equivalent experience. We've had the same policy for the last triennium, possibly before that. It's simply clarifying because the Institute of Directors offers dozens and dozens of courses. And my understanding is that the intention of this policy is that it is actually the company director's course. So I just wanted to ask officers if that was the intention, which they said it was, and then if that's the case, can we just get that tidied up? So we're not changing the
But
policy.
my concern is this. If you add the word companies directors, that'd be quite specific that is the level of expertise that we require. And even though you have an or, it's or the equivalent experience. My view is that could I put hand on heart, and I don't like having policies that aren't applied. Do I think that is, if I take an organisation like the Civic Trust, can I put hand on heart and say that, and it wouldn't be the only one, where people would have equivalent experience of a full company directors institute thing. And I think it's a pretty tough barrier. And I worry that we are overshooting.
Would it be possible to make a suggestion then that it just says have completed a relevant Institute of Directors course or equivalent experiences? Because there isn't just one Institute of Directors course. I think that's the issue here, is that the policy doesn't actually apply, doesn't really make sense as it stands.
You're making me feel a lot more comfortable.
So just...
Yeah, my suggestion was similarly just to 4.32, and I mean that one to have equivalent experience relevant to the scale of the organisation. Or something along those lines, so that we're reflecting that the experience is around what they're being appointed to, not just, you don't have to have been a board member of a $1 billion organisation to join the Civic Trust.
Through you, Mayor Nick, I was comfortable with Councillor Sanson's 4.3.1, and I had a similar thought that 4.3.2 could just be have relevant experience. Just take the equivalent out, because I think the equivalent's the problem.
Yeah.
So 4.3.2 would be have relevant experience.
Councillor Skinner.
So I'm quite happy with words there. It says have completed the course. It doesn't say completed a course. So straight away, when you read that, it's interpreted as the course, which is relevant. So wording as it is, I think I think we, as Nick, as you pointed out, I'm just concerned that we're trying to create a situation where people are very capable, very qualified for what they're doing, and we're trying to make it specific, which may not necessarily be the parallel.
Can I give a steer from the chair, having heard the views, and to help the governance team draft up an appropriate amendment? I think we do wish to amend 4.2 and delete the word whether and replace it with the extent to which. I think we do wish to amend 4.3.1 to have completed a relevant Institute of Directors, and that the word equivalent be replaced with the word relevant. And so I'm going to ask council staff to put an amendment that has those adjustments to it, just while we further the question so we can crystallise the argument. I think they are all constructive suggestions.
Through the chair, the recommendation is to adopt the amended policy. So that would largely cover off that staff officers could make those amendments without needing an additional resolution.
Don't do the resolution. So Nikki, are you quite clear on those three wording changes that I think the committee would like to adopt, unless you had advice to the contrary?
No, absolutely. I'm comfortable with those
You're
amendments.
comfortable with those changes? So we're going to take those changes as read. Is there any further questions for Nikki on these criteria for appointment of directors and trustees? There's not. Thank you very much, Nikki. Could I have somebody, noting the amendments that were made, to move? Thank you, Councillor Sanson. Is there somebody who's prepared to second? Thank you, Councillor Stallard. Is there any debate on the adoption of the policy on the appointment of directors, trustees, council-controlled organisations, council-controlled trading organisations, and council organisations, of which I'm looking forward to the seminar and understanding the difference between the four? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. We now come to item number 16 on the establishment of the Arts Development Agency, and ask Alish to come before council.
Kia ora koutou. So through the chair, we take the report as read, no amendments or corrections to note at this time, so happy to take questions.
So this is open for questions from our team, and we'll kick off with Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Thanks for this report. It's an interesting development. I would want to ask a question about 3.4 and 3.5 on page 242 in regards to Arts Council Nelson applying to the Ministry for Culture and Heritage Cultural Sector Regeneration Fund. First of all, what happens if they're not successful in terms of that funding stream?
Through the chair, so if they're not successful, then I mean they have made it through to through the first round, so that's encouraging. If they're not successful, then we would need to discuss with them again what their future process would be, but they wouldn't have funding to go ahead with immediate changes.
Right. So similarly, the same. I guess it's the same kind of response also to 3.5. Councillors submitted better off funding application to the DIA. In that regard, if we're not successful in that regard, we're sort of back to the same position. Because indeed, it sort of relates to page 245, and that's item 8.1. It's kind of an interesting statement. If council agrees to option 1, which we're about to consider, staff with guidance from the steering group to be established under the strategy. What steering group?
Sorry, what
steering group? Where are we setting that up, and under what auspices are we setting it up? That's the first thing. We'll support Arts Council Nelson along with other stakeholders to create a plan and process to establish the agency. So essentially what I'm saying is that this is all existing in a little bit of a void, in that we don't have a community services committee. Is this going to be reports that will come back to council from staff in this regard if these funding applications are unsuccessful? And today we vote to go ahead to support the establishment of an arts development agency. How are we going to receive information about this? Who's going to develop the reports? Is it going to be to full council? Are we going to consider, yet again, I ask you to consider an arts task force, because this is a priority. This is a priority that flows out of the arts strategy, and we don't want strategies, we want implementation. So that's a long-winded question.
Through the chair, so first on the steering group, when council adopted He Tātou Whetū, that included an objective to establish a steering group of community members. So that's a piece of work to be done. And in terms of where the reports would come about this, yes, they would come to council at the moment.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just in terms of the Better Off funding allocation. So I'm testing my memory here. Did we say $1 million of that was for the art strategy implementation? Of that, how much was earmarked for the Arts Development Agency?
Through the chair, there was no amount allocated to the Arts Development Agency. 500,000 roughly was going to iwi for Toi Māori, 400,000 to establish a new economic arts event in the middle of winter to draw people to Nelson, and 100,000 for small grants to support artists basically who'd been affected by COVID. Obviously, an arts development agency might be the conduit for some of that funding, and that would remain to be seen. But there was not a specific amount allocated to an arts development agency.
One of the reasons I have been keen to see the Arts Development Agency getting up and running as quickly as possible is I see it as the lead conduit for deciding and helping the key new investments that we want to make in the arts sector. And that is a little bit behind it. I am one of those that has been critical that the council's had too many strategies with very waffly outcomes. That is not my view of the art strategy. And I think the team, both at staff level and the community and councillors that were involved with that previously, is it's a good document. And it is my view that we need to be getting on and implementing it. And this report and recommendation is a key step in that implementation. Councillor Scarr.
Thank you. I'm not sure we have questions on, but I'm very supportive of what we're looking at. So work previous vision last term, microcredit strategy.
Just basically indicating I'd like to have to move this motion. I realise there's more time for questions of that, but I'm very excited about this because this is an example. I'm glad to be words there, Mayor Smith, because I know you can be a little bit concerned about strategies, and as you pointed out, this is a strategy that was very necessary. A strategy, an art strategy, hadn't been put in place for many years, and when the Community and Recreation Committee took over the community services, this is something that established a strategy, and the outcome of that was this arts development, which has been very much in the wings and needed. And I'm very happy to hear that our Arts Council are looking at leading that and full support on that. I think community have indicated it very strongly. So just indicating thank you to the staff. Thanks
Councillor Scarr.
Motion.
I'm guilty of breaking my own rules in that I made comments rather than ask questions. But does anybody have any no further questions? The Deputy Mayor had indicated he wished to move it. And so I'll take the mover as the Deputy Mayor, the seconder from Councillor Skinner, if he's comfortable with that, and the resolution for establishing the Arts Development Agency is now subject to debate. And I'll ask Councillor Rainey.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. No, this is an exciting move, and it's great to see some positive action coming out of the strategy. The strategy, I think, was robust and gathered a lot of submissions and support and comment from the community. I am concerned when and if we support this today, that there's no indication in what we're putting up here of the extent and quantum of council's support for the development agency. We're supporting the proposal to establish an agency, but we're not necessarily putting in place today any actual quantifiable support for that agency. And I'm obviously aware that that is something that could flow in time, and I certainly hope that that would be the case, because indeed it is a sector that is very fragile. It is a sector that has been through a huge amount of stress over the last few years, as so many parts of our community have.
And I think this is a really positive step to if we agree to this, to further empower and to give capacity to one of our leading arts organisations. So I will support this obviously wholeheartedly, but just with the thought in the back of my mind that the fund that they are applying to, $28 million fund, has already had in excess of $300 million worth of applications to it. Success would be great. It's not necessarily guaranteed. And if that comes back and indeed our application to the IAF aren't successful, that will come back to this table. I hope and I trust it will come back to this table for us to work out how we can support this initiative. I fully support it.
Thanks, Councillor Rainey. Any other councillors wish to speak to the resolution? Councillor Pakipaki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been involved in this funding body, this fund for the last 2 years now, or a year and a half, and received through my applications quite a bit of money. Their focus, I know that their focus has been on really grassroots community organisations trying to get themselves up and running after the COVID, and that is their response plan, in particular with community groups that have a kaupapa Māori focus. I do know that I've had a look through the lists of applicants that haven't reached the bar, and it seems like on the surface, because I'm still in the process of actually looking for more funding for other projects that are on the way. This one here might struggle to get money from that fund. That's just a bit of feedback from what I have experienced. And bear in mind, one of my applications was we got $500,000. We're looking for another $300,000. And it's unlikely we're actually going to get that. So.
Thanks, Councillor Packaby. Any other comments? I'm going to I'll take Councillor Benj, because I thought it'd be good for the Deputy Mayor to have his right reply about sum up the issue at the end. Councillor Benj.
Could I just ask Councillor Rainey through you, and I'm not being clever, but it's
we think you always.
I wanted to ask what is art, because you must have a range of things that.
I'd be happy to discuss that with Councillor Benj over lunch.
It is a little unconventional to be asking questions of comments. We get to ask the questions of council staff, but I'm pretty relaxed if Councillor Rainey would like to respond.
I feel I'm going down a rabbit hole with Councillor Benj on this one. I'll leave it.
In the Christmas spirit, wanted to be as.
There's no rabbit hole. I'll talk to you over a salad.
I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor, and I want to acknowledge the Deputy Mayor's work in this area. I am very open about the fact that I want this council to give priority to us improving delivering the arts, and I see the Deputy Mayor as being a key advocate in that area, specifically chose to go onto the Arts Council and incur with Councillor Rainey's perspective, and that is you don't establish this vehicle unless you're going to put some petrol in the tank. And if the government will help us drive that, but we would not be establishing this agency unless there was a genuine commitment to get it to drive. And over to the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. And Matthew, that question's one that Arts Council regularly comes up in discussions at the end of meetings, of those deep philosophical questions that we have to ask ourselves. But they're also the kind of questions that an organisation like Arts Council doesn't get a lot of time to ponder. And that's because for what is a board of volunteers and 3 staff members doing the work of significantly more than that. And I think that this is an organisation that represents most of Nelson's arts sector, running on the smell of an oily rag, with a lot of love for the work they do and a lot of passion for growing and supporting the arts in our region, but without so far the structure or resourcing to do so as effectively as possible. And I think that that's where the real excitement in this comes in. We've already seen the exponential growth of demand and services that Arts Council itself is already providing, both through a move into the city, but also through some really challenging times. And what we see is that in challenging times, the arts is even more crucial to the well-being of our communities, as well as on the sort of economic side of well-being as well. You look at events like Clay Week and Jewellery Week or Changing Threads, these nationally and increasingly internationally recognised festivals that bring huge numbers of people to our region to eat and drink and spend and talk art. And if you haven't been along to them, Nelson Jewellery Week's coming up start of next year, and I can strongly recommend it, as even if you care nothing about jewellery, being around passionate people is a great thing. And so I'm really supportive of seeing this organisation step up and step into the role that it can fill and increasingly has been trying to fill, but without the resourcing there. I really want to acknowledge the currently 3 staff members who, again, do the work of 8 or 9, quite literally. And I don't think that there'd be many members of the arts community who wouldn't have a story relating back to the work that those staff members do, as well as acknowledging the wider volunteer presence that makes so much of the liveliness of our city happen. And so my hope for the Arts Development Agency is that we can give the resourcing and ensure that it's there so that these practitioners and these passionate people can actually have the breathing room to look at the long-term development, not just the day-to-day survival and delivery. And that's really what's been the missing link, and one that I think we're on the path now to fill. And so maybe one day we'll be able to answer the question, what is art?
All right. Thanks to the mover, seconder of the resolutions 1, 2 and 3 with respect to the Arts Council becoming the Arts Development Agency. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. That is carried. We move to item number 17, the Nelson Event Strategy. Alicia.
Thank you. And through the chair, just by way of a very short introduction, Council is strongly invested in supporting a large number of events in different ways to contribute to Nelson's wellbeing, vibrancy and economic success. So this is an annual update to Council on the implementation of the Nelson Event Strategy, which guides Council's support of the city's events. So we'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Open to questions. Look, I'm quite relaxed about the change in the investment return that is proposed. But I also indicate how robust, when you're doing these investment return analysis, and how much difference is the change in that actually going to make in practice. I can understand when I'm making a business investment that I'm able to project future cash flows and give quite clear numbers on rates of return. I'm interested in terms of, with any number of the events in the arts, sports, social, cultural area where we do this, how do you quantify the rates of return?
Kia ora through the chair. So the Nelson Regional Development Agency is the conduit that administers the events fund, and after each event the applicant will give the actual numbers of attendees, and that is put through an economic assessment model, and that generates what the value of that would be in terms of employment and financial return. So that is what the return rate is based on.
Good answer, very helpful, supplementary. what is the implications of reducing the expected rate of return from a 10% rate of return to 5%? How is that going to change the decision making? The amount of money in the pot is not changing. The criteria is changing. I'm just trying to understand in practice what is going to be the practical consequence of reducing the rate of return on investment.
It's increasing.
It's increasing.
Okay.
So through the chair, so each application is assessed by the Events Fund Committee, and the recommendation is formed on an overall assessment of the application, the event, how it aligns with the objectives of the fund. And one key component is the economic return if it's from the economic component of the fund. So the committee would take that into account when it made the decisions on recommending or not the event, if that makes sense.
The chief executive has put the mayor correct far more politely than you have. You being the polite one, him being less polite. Actually, it didn't work for the Prime Minister. What actually it does is it says that if we're putting $100,000 investment in, previously would have expected it to return to the community 10 million. This is actually going to change and say if you're putting 100,000 in, actually you want a return of 2 million. You're doubling what your expectation is. That's actually making the criteria tougher in terms of what projects might be able to get in funding. And so the question then is, I think I've answered with Pat's help the question, and that is we're actually making the criteria more difficult for people to get events funding.
Through the chair, we are looking back on the actual impact of assessment of events that have been funded. We believe that this is achievable by and large by the majority of the events that would be considered under that fund.
Councillor Stella.
Yeah, just to give some more, thank you, Minik, information in that regard. Part of the justification for this increase is that the actual returns have been 31-1 in 2019, 2020, and 37-1 in 21-22. So they're saying that actual returns are far above the 10-1, so we can afford to raise it to 20-1 and probably not be excluding events and just be more ambitious because we are getting high returns already.
Very helpful. I think we've all got a clear idea of what we're doing, including the mayor, who's the slow learner on this one. Is there any further questions that we would like to ask of our officers? Thank you very much. Is there a councillor that's prepared to move resolutions 1 and 2 with respect to the Nelson event strategy? Councillor Courtney is prepared to move. Councillor Benge is prepared to second. I'd now open the resolution up for two resolutions up for debate. There being no debate, I shall put those. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no. Sorry. Okay, so just a note, Councillor Rainey noted he has declined to vote because of the conflict that he had, the interest that he declared at the beginning of the meeting, which is appreciated and noted. The motion is carried. We now move to item number 18 for the schedule of meetings for 2023. And I'd invite Robin Bryan, who's had the hospital pass of trying to put together our program for 2023.
Thank you, Minik. Since we've produced the calendar, there's been a couple of updates. We've added in some task force meetings scheduled in January and February. There's one error. On the 12th of December, we have the Joint Regional Transport Committee meeting scheduled in the document. That should now read the 8th of December. Apart from that, I'll take the report as read.
Reports being taken as read. Do councillors handle of meetings for 23? Question from the Deputy Mayor.
I'll ask this, maybe just for the chief executive. Are we going to get through everything?
Given that he's not going to be here, I think his answer is like piece of cake.
What can go wrong? Look, I think that probably for the first 6 months you're going to be okay. Once you start getting into the long-term plan work, I don't think that 2 days a week is going to be enough. Or you're going to find that you're going to get to the end and you're not going to feel ownership of the information. You're going to need probably another whole day a week, I think, for workshops. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but that's just the way I see it. That if you want ownership of that long-term plan as it rolls out, then there is going to be it's a big workload. It really is. And with the times the way they are at the moment, I think it's going to be very challenging. So that would be my off-the-cuff comment. I think in the second half of next year, you're going to have to start scheduling in an extra day a week.
Good free and frank advice from the chief executive, as he's required to give. I do note that I have scheduled a governance review in May, and these dates that we are setting are conditional on how we get on in the early part of the year. And it would not be surprised at all if I'm having to buy the chief executive, then retired, enjoying the fruits of being a expensive consultant, a beer, and say, bugger, you're right. Dennis.
Just going to observe that we understand there are going to be about 5 applications for private plan changes coming in over the next 1 to 12 months, and they will probably also involve hearings, workshop briefings and hearings, which actually aren't in the program at the moment too. So it's just to reinforce the fact that there's a big workload still coming down the pipeline.
To get a sense of scale, Dennis, how many private plan changes, either yourself or Pat, would we typically have in a year to get a sense of the workload associated with 5? Would we typically get 1 or 2 a year? How significant a change is 5 private plan changes in 1 year?
My understanding, it's quite a change. The only private plan change that Nelson had was the Maito Valley change, plan change 28.
Yeah.
That was one in 4 or 5 years.
So to have 1 in 4 or 5 years and to be lining up with 5 next year does sound very challenging and good for you to alert to us. I think one of the things I would take from that is that we have discussed councillor training around the resource management work. If we have 5 private plan changes coming into the system and the legal requirement for those to be considered by approved and accredited RM hearings reps, it really stresses the importance for me of as many, particularly of new councillors, completing that accreditation training as early as possible in the year. And if that could just be noted, and if councillors are interested in doing that work, that would be valued.
I can just say on that, we were still in negotiations with WSP Opus. They're looking to have a course here in top of the south, because Marlborough and Tasman have likewise signalled a keenness to do training for the elected representatives.
Do we have an idea, Dennis, of when that training might be scheduled? I'm just quite worried is that with a big change of council.
I haven't been given any dates myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll keep pressure on the system.
Correct. Is it possible for councillors to do that training outside of Nelson if needed?
It is. That's the way it normally works. You get sent to Christchurch or Wellington.
Yep. I think it's a sufficient priority. It is a little bit off agenda, I note, but I'm worried having the issue identified at the timetable, it is relevant for councillors in terms of their schedule. My view is it is a sufficient priority that if councillors need to travel to Wellington or Christchurch at council's expense to do this training, I think it is a really urgent item for us to get done. But that's a sort of a separate. Councillor Pakidapi.
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor. Going to do a little bit of a different tack because the discussion's going backwards and forth between people who are basically engaged in this endeavour that we're at on a full-time basis, and the rest, most of the people who are sitting around the table here aren't engaged with that level. And we also have other businesses and other interests that other projects that we're trying to get done. And it seems to me that there is a bit of mission creep that goes on here where there is a huge mountain of work. And the expectation, of course, is that just trickles on to what we are then having to take out of a level of pro rata work with council. It is, I just recently was in Wellington and this topic did come up, and it was quite a interesting to listen to some of the other members from around the country who were basically pointing out what their remunerations and their level of work that's required. I understand it's set outside our current control, but I think that it's really good to keep in mind that we have other stuff going on, and it just cannot be a snowball effect. We need to manage it, especially when we have, like today's, we had 342 pages worth of review to go to for today, on top of everything else that we've been doing. So I ask that we try and consider that. If not, we need to start campaigning and petitioning so that we are engaged in a higher level, higher time frame, because like for instance, I have a business and I have interests out there that I need to keep on going with. So it's not just a simple case of saying, oh well, let's just have another workshop, let's have another this and that, because it's very, very difficult to deal with. And I also want to just note that everyone around this table doesn't do this just because it's a job for the money. But what we do is we try and supplement that with making our obligations and also our contributions to other things as well. So we need to find that balance.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any questions again of staff on this item? Again, I need to be just a bit more disciplined on the question mode, and then when the motion is moved to allow debate. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. I just wanted to note that there are no dates scheduled for the Making Good Decisions course. So maybe us, it may be on our officers to, or the joint councils across the top of the south to, encourage them to offer one. There's nothing anywhere in the country being offered at the moment.
Right. Good to highlight, and a real concern that's been flagged.
Through the chair, could I just also add that we are still to determine some of the joint committee meeting dates with Tasman District Council. We've been able to arrange for 3 of the committees to be meeting on a Friday, but Tasman District Council don't work on a Friday typically. So we're still working through that. The ones that are outstanding generally meet between twice and 4 times a year for a short period of time, and only in effect 2 to 4 elected members at a time, with the exception of joint committee. So that's still being worked through. And
I had a discussion with the Mayor of Tasman this morning just after I beat him in the mini golf, and we decided it would be resolved by the winner of the mini golf, and then he reneged. So I'll continue to have that discussion. It'll always be a bit of a compromise in terms of making the diaries of Tasman and Nelson work. If there are no further questions, is a councillor prepared to move the adoption, to receive the report of scheduled meetings for 23, and secondly, to adopt the schedule of meetings for 2023? Moved by Councillor Rainey, seconded by Councillor Pakipaki. Is there any discussion? I'll put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no, and carried. We move to item number 19. Welcome Richard Frizzell before the committee on the biosecurity annual report. Thank you, Richard. Welcome you to speak to the report. My experience in central government is biosecurity is one of those issues that tends to sneak under the radar screen, and then something goes horribly wrong and it's all over the headlines. You're going to make sure that it never reaches the headlines and none of our biosecurity breaches happen. No pressure. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'm not making any promises in that regard. Apart from the fact that we we do what we can within the biosecurity space. And I hope that's what the report and the particular attachments reveal. I understand, I acknowledge there's quite a bit of information in there to get through. I will take the report and the attachments as read, though. I'd just also like to introduce to the council Andrew Nevin, who's our biosecurity officer, who's out and about trying to monitor and ensure that we are not caught out by any surprise incursions of particular pest plants or animals. So he'll be able to answer any particular questions that councillors may have about some of the pests that are covered in my report. Also, just like to touch on this pamphlet here. I've left copies for councillors to grab. It's a really good summary of the particular pests that are covered in our joint pest management plan. There's sort of pictures in there, as well as a really good summary of the particular rules in relation to those pests. The substance of my report really is under the Biosecurity Act. Regional council and unitary authorities such as ourselves have to provide an annual report against progress on what our targets are in the pest management plan. We are the only, we and Tasman are the only two councils that have a joint pest management plan. And Tasman District Council have the responsibility of the management agency for that. So obviously we work very closely and you'll see from the attachments that the operational plan that we have every year are joint ones with Tasman. And in my covering report, I've extracted out the Nelson relevant information for you. It's reporting on what we've achieved over the last year. And so what I'm asking you to do is review the 21-22 report, approve the operational plan for the current year. And there is a technical amendment that's we're also asking for councillors to approve in relation to koi carp. And that's really just come about because through genetic engineering, we've discovered that the species name is wrong in the pest management plan. We just need to amend that, and under the Act we can do that just with both councils' approval. I'd also just like to note that Tasman District Council have considered this report and at their regulatory committee meeting on the 17th of November and approved the recommendations that that you've got in front of you today. So I've already gone through that.
Thank you for that. Had awful experiences previously as Minister of Conservation with koi carp. Just as a matter of information, has there been any koi carp found in either Nelson or Tasman?
Yes, some years back, there was a koi carp released or found in Queen's Garden Pond, and that created a huge amount of work having to basically drain the pond to effectively make sure that that was removed. We do get reports of suspected koi carp. There was one recently in the Maitai, which ended up not being a koi carp. So it's really great. We welcome any expressions of interest so that we can go out and determine whether.
So there are no infestations at the moment, but there was the incident some years ago that I'm familiar with in the Queen's Garden.
Yeah, and we are undertaking surveillance when reports.
Any other questions on Richard's report? Councillor Sansom.
Thanks very much, Mayor Nick. Kia ora, Richard. I did send through some questions. I'm not sure if they got to you or not, but I'll just run quickly through. So mine's in relation to the operational plan. It was a really interesting read. In addition to, I guess, getting this plan, I am on the Waimea Estuary Conservation Management Plan, which was really interesting. And we'll be joining, I think, a couple of other councillors here on the another committee that's going to be looking at pest management. So I read the operational plan with great interest, and I did as I like to, keyword search feral cats, came up 6 times, and I was delighted to see that there's a plan to control of feral cats is happening in the Waimea Estuary. but it's the only control area across Nelson, Tasman. And we have heard repeatedly, historically in the last term, from the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary of the, the impact of feral cats on the halo and the impact that that has on introducing taonga species. We've heard from the SPCA that they're supportive of kind of cat control, forest and bird, and I guess also we heard surprisingly from a number of people in the community who are cat owners that they are also supportive of cat control, and so the idea with that is to control feral cats. And I'm just wondering, last term we passed a resolution looking at the options for cat control, and for there to be a report back to council. As we don't currently have an environment committee, I'm just wondering if you're able to provide an update on the status of that and what the pathway is going to be for that work, and what the options are for us to kind of look at maybe having a feral cat control site in Nelson as well, given the importance of it to the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to speak to that because I inherited the previous council resolution, and it's on the work program. I haven't got round to organising a workshop because I think it'll be the subject matter of a workshop before you sort of dive into having a bylaw on cat management. But those are the various options that are potentially on the table, if that's the way the council wants to go.
Can I ask a supplementary? Would it be reasonable to invite the biosecurity team to look at cat control in the new operational plan for 23-24? The issue that Councillor Sanson has highlighted about wild cats is real, and there is community concern about it. Is that a potential area of additional endeavour in the biosecurity plan?
The operational plan is very much directed at pets that are in the pest management plan currently, but certainly picking up on the recommendation from the committee last year, it has been factored into our work. If we're preparing for a workshop, for example, to look at the options, both within the plan and outside the plan, because there may well be non-regulatory measures that we can support. In fact, we are supporting to produce some guidelines for good cat ownership that are on our website, and we also want to work closely with Tasman District Council on this issue as well. So
I think you should take from this discussion is that there is interest in that area, and that in our future interaction be interested in some ideas as to what would be constructive to give that issue a push and a shove.
Yeah, I think I can just add through you, Mr. Mayor, that Tasman District Council have also considered the matter of either amending the pest management plan, introducing a bylaw to require microchipping of cats in order to control feral cats. That recommendation was rejected earlier on this year, and so it's lying on the table. And that's not why I haven't actually done anything here while I'm in Nelson, but I think you need to have a workshop just to actually go through the ins and outs, because enforcing a bylaw is not always easy. But there may be and we are doing a lot of non-regulatory sort of interventions and awareness raising now. So it's a question of whether you can put more resources into that. But we'll program a workshop next year.
Generally in this area, I love the fact that Nelson and Tasman are linked up on the work. But I'd also be respectful of the fact that Tasman is managing a huge area with a whole number of very significant biosecurity challenges. The wild cat issue is a more manageable issue within Nelson City, and it might be one of which our council is prepared to go it alone and push the barrow out a bit. And so I'm keen, and we should program a workshop in 2023 specifically of Nelson, and whether there are further steps that staff may recommend around the issue of cats. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. I'm happy to move the recommendations at some point. And I just wanted to also affirm your comments, Mayor Nick, and also to kind of reassure everybody that we wouldn't actually be going it alone, because already a number of other councils around the country are leading the way in this space and are undertaking cat control specifically to address the feral cat issue and the impact it's having on our Indigenous fauna. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. I'm really keen to be better informed. What are other councils doing in the space around the cats? What's proven to be successful as part of that workshop that we'll schedule in 2023? Before I take Councillor Sanson's resolution to move resolutions 1, 2 and 3, did any councillors have any further questions? Councillor Bench.
I just wanted to ask one question through you. Are there other types of carp here?
Not that I'm aware of. Koi carp is the only one. There are a range of pest fish, 5 pest fish in the pest management plan, but koi carp is the
that are already here in Nelson, Tasman.
Gambusia is present in Nelson. None of the other pest fish that they are present in Tasman though, but not carp.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Through to Richard. I'm pleased to see, and I just want some background, Sabella incursions, there haven't been any in Nelson Marina. In what period of time has that been? Can you just...
We undertake annual surveys of Sabella, and there's only been one in the last year that was discovered on a vessel coming in from Opua. Previous to that last year, there were one, and I think none the previous year. So in the past, we've had up to 13. So we get down to around 1 a year, which is quite pleasing given the fact that there's a huge number of vessels coming in and potential risks. So yeah.
Thanks for that. And not just follow up, I thought there were 2 a year, but there's only 1 a year, is there, the inspections?
We've increased the inspections to twice a year.
Yes.
Yeah, but as part of our annual monitoring program.
You can feel proud about that.
Yes, I think it's one of our success stories, really, that we continue to have very low numbers of Sabella.
Any further questions? Well, just the last note, it does feel a little bit funny approving an operational plan for 22-23 halfway through the year. Totally accept that we've been in an unusual period, the combination of COVID and local body elections. But if governments are to have an effective input into operational plans, we just need to get the schedule of some of these operational plan approvals scheduled so that it is at the beginning of the year and not halfway through it. All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to take Councillor. Thank you for your work. It's an area I've got a interest in, particularly interested in that workshop on cats or other areas where you think that we should be prioritising to make additional effort. I'm now going to accept Councillor Sanson's motion to adopt resolutions 1, 2 and 3. I've got a seconder from Councillor Courtney. I also note that we do have a regional pest management committee jointly with Tasman, and really interested for those councillors that are on that to get focused on this. It is one of those areas where if we get wrong, it will blow up on us very badly. And I'm delighted that it's a joint effort and delighted that the level of competence that we have in our staff to be able to manage these pretty significant risks. Moved and seconded. Is there any members that wish to debate the resolutions 1, 2 and 3? That being the case, I'll put the resolutions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, to say no. That is carried. We move to item number 20, the resident survey for 21-22, and I invite Lois Dalzell. Louis. Welcome your report. Happy for you to give a bit of an overview of it, and then I'm sure there will be questions and discussion on the 21-22 survey.
Through the chair, there's been no changes since the report was circulated. Happy to take the report as read and answer any questions. Probably as a brief overview, there was increase in overall satisfaction and probably mixed results for a lot of our key LTP and activity management plan performance measures, 6 out of 8 achieved. And then in some of our other activity areas, some decreases or similar holding at a high rate. But yes, happy to take questions.
Thank you. I found the report very helpful of both finding those areas where the community has confidence in the work of council and where we've got some might improve marks. I was particularly interested in the graph on page 40 of relative importance. I would note for councillors that one of the areas where the community was most concerned was in respect of sufficient opportunity for people to have a say. I have noted with councillors that it is my intention to establish at the Nelson Market a regular stand of elected representatives. That will be an initiative that I'll be moving on in next year, and it is specifically designed to try and provide new opportunities for which residents can engage with councillors and to try and improve on that particular element that was in the survey. And we'll look forward to working with you on how we address that. Questions, comments? Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Mayor Nick. It may have been covered somewhere and I might have missed it, but 3.2 on page 280 outlines the way that the survey was conducted. And it says it's a 13-minute telephone survey. Does that mean landline?
Through the chair, it's explained on 3.3. It's a combination of landline and mobile phone.
Oh, right.
So 38% were via mobile phone.
It would be interesting to know what percentage of, how can I put this? It would be interesting to see what the landline usage is in regards to polls, since there is some thought about further polling.
One of the questions that I have had, and is not for today, as part of how well we're engaging with our community, is ensure that we're engaging with the broad community of which your question, Councillor Rainey, goes to the heart of. And what I'm interested in is in terms of the respondents, what is the age mix relative to the age mix of our population? What is the ethnic mix relative to the mix of our population? And what is the geographical mix? And if I had that data, I'd have a greater level of confidence that the methodology was ensuring that we were getting data from the full spread. So I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm just simply saying I'm not sure it does. And that is where I think Councillor Rainey's question. There has been such a huge change in the way in which people communicate that it does raise the legitimate question that Councillor Rainey has. The Deputy Mayor.
Just on that point, I was actually just going to acknowledge that this survey has done a much better job than previous ones in actually being representative of those exact demographics. And if anyone wants to look, it's page 328.
Good. Did you wish to add anything further? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Sanson.
Thanks very much, through the Mayor. I found a couple of things in this great was that we're doing mobile, or increase the percentage of mobile phone coverage that we're doing, and also the demographics at the back. That's what I was really interested to see. It does look representation, there is a good breakdown of the representation. I do really wonder though how many people still have landlines, and whether we need to be looking at least having 50-50 or flipping that around the other way, and even maybe considering other avenues, like, would we send people out into the street to go and, I don't know, like go and sit on the beach with someone and fill in a survey, or just to capture people in another way. I don't know many people who'd give 13 minutes on a telephone, but great that you found or that the company found a whole lot that would. So, but yeah, maybe just whether we can look at more creative ways of surveying people.
It might be interesting just to pick up a note on that. The one bit that I'm nervous of, I'm hugely reassured by the data that the Deputy Mayor has pulled to our side on page 45. That gives me a pretty high level of confidence, but it might be useful just to get that information on what the split was of the number of people conducting the survey on mobile as compared with landlines. I'm reasonably reassured that if it was disproportionate, you would get I've seen surveys of which the data on page 45 is way out of skew, where that is actually looks pretty representative and pretty good. I'm going to take Councillor Stella.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I was just wondering about the process for setting the sort of higher level topics that we survey people on, when that happens and who gets input to that.
Through the chair, the topics are set at an operational level via the SLT, and then there is governance feedback via the Mayor.
Just to follow up, I wonder if we can have that come to the full council at all.
When could I just check, when would we next be doing the survey, and when would we need to have a process for some input from councillors around the areas where we just want to test where our community's at?
Through the chair, for this financial year, the first, as explained in the report, we attempt to do it in waves, so you would not have a single time where that may skew results. So the first sample would be in the February-March period next year. We're in the process of finalising the survey now with the provider. So we could look into at what period we could do further engagement.
One thing that is hugely valuable in my view to this data is the fact that you've got a long window over a long period of time. And one of the dangers, if you mess around with the questions too much, you've got none of that continuity. So I think it would be helpful in response to Councillor Stallard's question for just to circulate by email to all councillors what the questions are for the year. But I want staff still to make the final decision, particularly for the survey next year, because I want to keep the cycle going up and the continuity of data. That would be my preference on a way forward.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree completely with what you're saying. The need for consistency so we can compare over time. I just think there are various areas of work that are going to become more important over time, and it would be good to get feedback from residents, specifically with this term. If we get onto the climate change adaptation work, we develop a strategy. That's a big work stream for central government, and that might be something we want to get feedback from residents on.
Thanks, Councillor Stella. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, I was just wondering two things on that. I remember sitting on a Zoom call for what felt like an excruciatingly long time, giving feedback on this. So what was that process?
Thank you. Through the chair, we did test quite a few themes around changing to a well-being focused component to the resident survey. So having a set number of questions that are based on LTP and activity management measures. So we need to continue to ask those questions because they were set at the last LTP. Then having other questions that are maintained for the long-term trends. And there was a further elected member workshop specifically on well-being components or quality of life questions that we could add as additional.
And then just second question is around, and I think I raised it then as well, doing analysis by demographic, just to understand if there's, if there's something that all of our older residents think we do well and all of our younger residents think we do terribly, or something that all of our Pākehā residents think this is the stuff, and all of our ethnic communities go, this is terrible. So just, is there an option or ability for us to get actually a sort of demographic breakdown on how our services are servicing different areas of our community?
Through the chair, the analysis by demographics is absolutely possible. The proviso is then the margins of error is increased quite a bit more, because you're looking at a much smaller sample of 50 residents rather than 400, or depending on how you break down the subset. So it's taking a lot more as an indication.
Yeah.
Okay, now I just remind our councillors, it is my intention to complete this item prior to lunch, because then we're moving into confidential business. It just makes it very easy for the administration of the remainder of the meeting. So I'm happy to take, this is a very broad subject. I was actually really impressed by the survey, but it is, the length of the discussion is holding you from your lunch. Councillor Sanson.
Super quick question, thanks. So just on the wellbeing measures that we had the workshop on, were they included?
So through the chair, they haven't been included for this financial year, and that was in relation to the feedback of wanting to take it up via the Te Tau Ihu intergenerational strategy, and so that we could have a broader base of surveying that could have a Te Tau Ihu wellbeing data rather than a resident survey specific.
Thank you. Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and just for you, well done on the survey. I think we've got a lot of work to do. I just have a question around how accessible this is, and I want to acknowledge the parts of our community who simply taking a 13-minute phone call would find that awfully difficult. Are we looking at ways of making our resident survey more accessible, in particular for people of high needs?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. We're always looking at options and going to providers on the different mixed methodologies that are available, so telephone or supplementing telephone with other opportunities. I think one of the constraints we've had is the cost of doing face-to-face interviewing is something that Statistics New Zealand is able to do for their surveying. It's not something that is usually done at a council level, so that may have one of the limitations in the accessibility, but that is a key aspect otherwise in the options that we investigate.
Councillor Bench, did you have a question?
I just wanted the issue of landlines always comes up, and I don't know how prevalent that is, but we have a landline which is registered as a personal number, but we haven't physically had a landline for 20 years. It goes to a cell phone, but we didn't want to lose that number. So I don't know how common that is, but it's not that every, that they can be connected that way.
I think that question about cell phones is one that you could just do a simple check and just put a note around. I cannot believe you would have got that level of alignment without cell phones, but let's get it clarified. Right, any further questions on the paper? Is a councillor prepared to move that we receive the report and note the results? Thanks, Councillor Sanson. A seconder, Councillor Rollo. Thank you very much. I have to say, as a new person coming in and seeing these surveys produced for all sorts of government departments, I actually think it's a good piece of work with good questions. The test for us as the governance unit is now to use these resident survey results so that we can drill in and focus on those points, particularly those that are in the quadrant of performing poorly and high priority, as well as giving credit to those that are in good shape. I'm going to put the resolutions 1 and 2. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, say no. It is carried. I now move to the item of exclusion of the public. And the intention is to do so just before lunch, which enables the video signal and the light to move. Moved by Councillor Skinner, seconded by Councillor Courtney. And the reasons for excluded. So the resolution that we have before us is confirms in accordance with sections 48.5, 48.6 of the LGIO M Act 87, Rod Gunn, Jane Sheard and Lindsay Cole of Melmac remain after public has been excluded because of their knowledge relating to item 4 and then items 2 and 3. Could that resolution just be put up on the screen for councillors to consider?
No.
It's not there. It is. Do councillors comfortable for me to put the resolution? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I declare lunch break. We will reconvene at 10 minutes to 2. And can I thank councillors for their work